Alright, 7 deuce, suited or unsuited?
Oh, it's offsuit, always offsuit.
Or dirty deck. No suited?
Suited's too good. You guys play suited 7 deuce?
Okay, play that regularly. So. Okay, fine. Offsuit, 7 deuce, $10.
7 fold.
$10?
$10.
Mark, make sure.
Eight raises 25.
Interesting cards.
9 fold. 1 fold.
Hello, guys, and welcome in for our weekly edition of Next Gen Poker, playing 2-5 cash games here at Poker House Dallas. I am Mr. Nick from Haslet House Poker, and I have Cris here in the booth with me tonight. How you doing, Cris?
Doing great. Hey, everybody. Good to have you guys here.
No doubt.
Excited to watch this 1500 cap 2-5 game.
No doubt. And if you heard Mr. Jello right there, as our game was kicking off, he said that they are playing the 7 deuce game tonight. That's a $10 bounty from every player on the table if you win any pot with the 7 deuce.
7 deuce offsuit only.
That's right. That's right. And right here off the bat, Cris, we've got some action. Got Ryan opening up.
I expected nothing less, Nick.
Yeah. And then we've got Royalty putting in the early 3-bet and then a call from Ryan.
Got some pretty hands here.
No doubt. And Ryan being in position, this feels like a pretty nice hand to take a flop with. And he outflops him, and Royalty makes the somewhat snug decision to just check and fold. No problem there, though, especially with no backdoor flush draw.
Yeah, it's a dicey flop to continue out of position, and probably expects to be put into some tough spots later, so just decides to let it go this time.
No doubt. Makes sense. Makes sense to me. And there you see the chip counts for tonight. Got a great lineup for you guys. I actually personally have known or interacted with almost everyone at this table at some point, so hopefully that'll add a little bit more to the commentary. Going to try and keep that table talk up for you guys tonight so you can listen in. And hello to everyone in the chat. Mr. Chris Mays chiming in on Facebook. And hello to you, Cris. And hello to all of you guys out there on YouTube or Twitch who are watching the stream. We've already got 27 of you guys in. First hand of the night. So thanks for joining us. Happy to have you.
And Facebook, looks like.
Here in our second hand of the night, Mr. Rosie in the big blind of Next Gen Poker. You see him in that orange shirt there. He is flopped top 2 pair. He's got Mr. Jack, also of Next Gen Poker, there in that pinkish reddish shirt.
Jack has a double gut shot, looks like.
He does. He flopped the gutter and then turned some additional equity, which is going to encourage him to take a stab at this here on the turn. It's not going to get through Rosie, though, who... No way he's folding 2 pair right here, so...
Yeah, I think his hand can go either way with check call or check raise. I think specifically big blind versus button, like, Jello's probably going to have a lot of wider double barrels and stuff, so there's some merit to just check calling and keeping in his bluffs and letting him continue to rep, like the queen on the turn. And but he does go for the check raise and takes down the pot right away.
Yeah, and I like that too. I think that it's nice when you're out of position to kind of take back over control of the hand there. If you check call, then you're sort of giving Jack the option to just check back on the river unless you want to develop some kind of river leading range, which then makes your poker strategy pretty complicated. Kind of like just check raising the strength of my hand and then probably making another smallish value bet on the river, but could consider just check calling the river, I think.
Yeah, I didn't quite see the size there, but some consideration possibly for calling the raise if it's small enough with a double gut shot in position versus a player who we expect to have a strong hand when they raise. So some extra implied odds there if we make our hand.
For sure. Could possibly be because the second diamond had come in there, and then maybe that makes some of your outs feel a little dirty.
Yeah. Although I would anticipate less diamonds in Rosie's check raising range there.
So here we got Marshall coming in. With the open, Woodley flatting, and then Frankie getting a good 3-bet spot here. All of these guys are early position too. Woodley's going to get away from the Queen-Jack offsuit versus the squeeze from Frankie, even though he's getting a pretty good price. Marshall decides to defend. And I've played with Marshall several times, and he is a lot of fun to play with. Very interesting personality and game style. Just brings a lot of action, a lot of table talk. Really enjoy playing with him.
I like his picture there at the bottom of the screen.
He looks like...
The Unabomber?
No, here's the German Christoph Vogel song.
Oh yeah. Him too.
The Unabomber. It's another way to go with it.
Phil Walk.
And Marshall flops the backdoor straight draw and backdoor flush draw, but probably wisely gets away, and Frankie takes it down. So again, there you can see our chip count. That chip count is going to update regularly here, and then after we get, I believe it's about an hour into the session, you're going to start seeing other stats rotate through there, like VPIP percentage, pre-flop raise percentage, and aggression frequency. So we're still trying to decide if we want to go with the graphics showing all of the hands, and you can kind of see in preparation who's going to get involved against each other, or whether to show them just one at a time. And our head guy here who does the stream equipment for us, Eric, is actually out of town right now. He's at a conference in Las Vegas, learning how to do this stuff better. So when he gets back, we'll be able to make some more of those adjustments. But for this week, you're going to see everybody's cards on the screen, which has its own flair because then you are aware of what players have before the action even gets to them and can kind of anticipate how it's going to go. I enjoy that part of it.
Yeah, you guys keep sending in your thoughts on that. Let us know what you like. Maybe we can see what the majority rules.
Sure. Yeah, we did a little bit of that last week. And of course, are always happy to see your suggestions, as Chris says. Marshall here has flop second pair and then a gut shot, and has turned some additional equity with a spade. He's got a total lockdown on this hand. If Rosie had a spade, I think you might think about that for a second, but no spades, he's out of there. Marshall takes down the modest pot. Hello to everyone chiming in the chat there. We got 38 of you guys. Off to a good start, and we appreciate the views. Give us a click there on the like button, on the subscription button. Stream is getting bigger and better every week. There you see Mr. Frankie with the Next Gen logo on his pullover. Those are the three boys, Frankie, Jack, or Jello, as he is fondly referred to, and Mr. Rosie.
Frankie folds. Raise to 40, C4. Hold around to 9, fold. 1, fold.
Chris is reminding us that there is a big tournament coming up / going on here at Poker House of Dallas. They've had Saddies going on. I believe this is a $150,000 guarantee tournament, Chris. Pretty sweet to see these big tournaments popping up in the DFW area, huh?
Yeah, it's fun. Definitely brings in a whole nother pool of players, and maybe they'll stick around for some cash game after the tournament.
Scrabble trying to get in. You'll never know. 4 raises to 30. 5, 6, 7, 8. All fold. 9 fold.
Looks like Clark's going to raise it up to 30 +1 with the king queen.
3 calls 30.
Folds around so far. Doesn't look like anyone's going to defend this one. Oh,
Looks like Frankie's giving him a defend here. But a check and fold. Clark takes down the early pot. There in the background, you see Mr. Eddie. He's doing the action tracker for us tonight and does the commentary here on almost a nightly basis. Does a great job. Appreciate you, Eddie. All right, looks like we're going to have multiple hands to get involved with here.
Okay.
Looks like Marshall opened the 2 6s from the cutoff, and we're going to take a 4-way pot here.
Showing Frankie on the big blind now. Was he?
I think Frankie was the straddle on the previous hand. Yeah.
Okay. Was it $10 straddle and then min open to 20?
On the previous hand? I think that must have been it, huh? So we're going 3 ways to a turn here.
Woodley still in front with the pocket 7s.
He is.
It's a tricky board.
Yeah, let's see if he can get to showdown. Oh, and Frankie rivers the straight here. Casually flips the $100 chip out there. That's a black chip right there in front of Frankie. It's 100 US dollars. Yes, they are playing with their own money.
Nice. I like this bet. Looks like he's just trying to pounce on some weakness and make a river stab at the pot. Could have a lot of missed draws on this board. Gets looked up light by the pocket 6s, so nice bet, Frankie.
Yes, he does.
And I don't blame Marshall for making a hero call here with 6s either.
What do you think about Frankie just flipping the casual single black chip out there? Do you think that has some impact on how often your opponents decide to call you? And do you think Frankie might have been thinking about that?
I think yes to both. I think he's thinking about it, and I think that the way you throw your chips in definitely impacts what other people's perception are of what you're betting with and how loose or tight you might be. It's a fun thing to experiment with when you're playing.
Yeah, no doubt. You guys hit us in the chat, actually, and tell me how many of you put any conscious effort into the strategy about which chips you actually bet with. Red chips, green chips, black chips, and big stacks, small stacks, how you put them out there. Does that make an impact to you in terms of, A, your strategy? Do you do it? And B, do you pay attention to how other people do it? And then try to decide partially based on that if you want to call, bet, raise, etc. Looks like Jello limped in here. I think this might have been a straddle and double straddle, so looks like Jello just limped in for the 10, try and take a cheap flop. Ooh.
Yeah.
And Royalty rivers him here, drills the gut shot to beat Jack's top pair.
Yeah, it's a pretty disguised hand too. Had the double gutter on the turn actually.
Mm.
I imagine it's going to be tough to fold for this price, but let's see. Oh, he gets away from it. Nice fold.
Yeah, that's a good fold.
Nice fold.
It did bring in multiple draws there that could all be possibilities. All right, we're getting some responses here. So Y Ray says, only bet with red chips and color down at every point possible. So maybe a little trolly there, but I can actually get on board with the idea that if you have a mountain of red chips, it does look a little intimidating compared to if you just have them all colored down into just a couple of stacks. Kind of depends on the situation, I guess. You know, sometimes when you walk in, if there's only one guy who's got those multicolored stacks, that can be a little intimidating. And then sometimes if you have a pyramid built, that can be a little intimidating. See both sides there. Poker Monkey saying that he does pay attention to it, but definitely not the top factor. Yeah, I wouldn't think so. Probably be hard to win at poker if your #1 factor was deciding whether to fold or call based on which color chips they use.
Yeah, I notice myself even when I'm playing, like sometimes if I don't expect to win the hand a lot, I'll put in my red chips that I'm trying to get rid of, and then if I have a really strong hand, then I always use my big chips that I know I'm going to get back. Like I'm giving away lots of tells right there.
Yeah. I actually occasionally do the same thing, but I'll try and balance it in the other directions by sometimes breaking a stack. That's
yeah,
funny.
maybe if you want to act like you're bluffing, act like you're weak, but you're really strong. You like put out your red chips,
Yeah,
stack
exactly.
of red. You're like, I want to hold on to my black chips.
So Marshall shows the 8-3.
Says it's his favorite hand.
Says it's his favorite
Let's see
hand.
if we can find some more 8-3 from out of Marshall throughout the session.
Yeah, no doubt. It looked like he took a stab there with pretty much nothing going for him on the flop other than the aggression, and it's good enough to get it done. That tells me we're going to see some fun pots tonight with Marshall. Let's hope he gets his favorite hand a couple more times.
Yeah, maybe we'll even get lucky and get the 8-3 versus 7 deuce battle.
So it looks like Jello's got ace-queen offsuit here in the small blind. Let's see what action develops in front of him. No surprise there as Tricky Fish comes in with the open. I think that's from the low jack. They call it +3 here, but you guys might know that at home as the low jack. So opens low jack to 20, and then
Frankie calling on the cutoff. So this is definitely a nice squeeze candidate here with the ace queen off.
no doubt.
And Jello gets right after it, making it 100.
Okay, Evan's going to take a flop with him. That's Mr. Tricky Fish there. Let's get the king-queen offsuit and the low jack. He was the original opener. Frankie's out of there with the suited ace. So Jack's got him dominated, and he's got an SPR of about almost 3. He's out of position.
It's a tricky flop to play when you're in these spots, but I think we can justify c-betting our whole range. But he does decide to check. I don't mind that either. I do think just because SPR is so short that even though the board is paired, we can continue with all of our hands.
Yeah, and this is just the power of position right here,
Yeah.
Chris. It's just tough, dude. You've got him completely dominated pre-flop, both in equity and literally have the queen covered. And then you get into this spot where it just feels like both players are going to whiff a lot, and having that position is just going to be the deciding factor a huge percentage of the time.
Yeah,
Jello does hang on tight here.
gets the check back.
Makes a pretty good float there on the flop.
Board double pairs, which is a pretty nice sight with the ace queen.
I'm sure Jello's still expecting that Evan can have some hands like 2 9s, 2 10s, but those small pocket pairs that very well could have been betting for some value from an ace high / protection have now been counterfeited. So Jello might check and then consider bluff catching here. Makes some sense to me. And it looks like it could work.
Yeah, Tricky Fish's line is a little
Suspicious.
suspicious. Yeah,
Could have a 7. That could
especially
make some
betting
sense.
pot. Could have a 7. Wait, what? Okay, he bet half pot. Yeah, he could have a 7. He could definitely be value betting like 2 10s.
Yeah. For sure.
2 9s maybe. But there's not that many value hands. Like, I don't think he's ever checking back a jack on the turn. Maybe
Yeah.
he is. I don't know. But if I was in Jello's shoes, I would just be curious.
Yeah.
The bluff works.
Yeah,
So
it does.
nice hand, tricky fish.
It's a really tough spot. I mean, even though the line does seem a little suspicious, you're also kind of trying to come up with bluff combos that he's going to have. I mean, what are, you know, obviously we're beaten by ace jack. So maybe like ace 10 makes some sense. King queen could make some sense.
Yeah.
Jello may not even expect that Evan is defending the 3-bet with like an ace jack offsuit or king queen offsuit. Those are pretty close. So that would leave you, you know, and you're blocking ace jack.
I don't think an ace is going to bet that often. So
yeah, I mean, he'd just be betting you off of half of the pot anyway.
yeah.
So really, I mean, what kind of bluff combos are you finding? You know, obviously he did have one this time, but
yeah,
they're kind of tough to come up with.
it's true. Even yeah, I mean, I think most of the bluffs would probably be like counterfeited pairs.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And that would make perfect sense, but it also makes sense for him to have some value hands that bet for protection on flop and then take that line, turn, and river. Okay, so Tricky Fish has opened over a double straddle here, so we're already getting the 10 and the 20 on pretty regularly. So this game might get pretty big. And then Evan coming in with the 2 9s for an EP raise, and Rosie from the big blind with a very sizable 3-bet. But I like the large sizing, being out of position. You're kind of just setting yourself up for an SPR of slightly more than 1. Makes this hand very playable, you know, and you saw the trouble that Jello got in when your SPR, even though his was only about 3. But just being out of position with that ace queen, even against a dominated hand, is just tough. So I like that Rosie is recognizing how he can leverage that stack in on the flop here, and an SPR of 1 just helps to eliminate that positional disadvantage.
Yeah, definitely. And we don't mind putting in a lot of chips with 2 big cards. And if we get 9s to fold pre-flop, get them off 54% equity, that's a huge win already.
For sure. And if you have ace king offsuit and everyone folds and you just win the $80 or $90 that's out there, I mean, you're not that unhappy, right?
Exactly. But this is even better. We get called and flop top top.
Nice. So he gets the value pre-flop. Kind of doubt he's going to get any more out of him here post-flop unless he did something very tricky.
Now I would bet like quarter pot.
Yeah, I go pretty small too.
Like 150, 175.
I mean, it already is a very interesting spot because
reasonable.
Evan calls this huge 3-bet. So what are we ranging him here? Ace queen makes some sense. Can't beat that.
Yeah, just hoping he has a hand like ace jack or king queen, queen jack, maybe some spades, jack 10 suited, king jack.
Yeah, I'm just thinking that because of the huge sizing that it's possible he's not going to have as many of those hands.
Yeah.
You know, we did just see him call the 3-bet from Jello with the king queen offsuit, but it's a little different situation. You got a deeper stack behind there, and the 3-bet was a lot smaller. So
yeah, would be interesting to see if it was a different kind of flop, like queen high flop, queen low low, what Rosie's play would be, and if Evan would plan to hang on with 2 9s. Those spots are always so tough. Because you have to ask yourself, like, if I'm calling with 9s pre-flop, am I calling because I think my pair is good and then I'm going to hang on post? Or am I just calling to try to hit a set? You know? Right.
oh, we got a spicy situation here, Chris. Everyone's got a piece of it. This was Woodley who opened an early position with the 5-3 suited. Gotta love that. And this was a straddle pot as well. Straddle the 10. So gets 2 defends from the big blind with ace 10 suited. That's Ryan. And then Marshall in the straddle. And Marshall has flop top too.
Looks like Frankie's in timeout.
I didn't see that.
Yeah, so Woodley picks up the gutter to go with his pair now. Ryan betting with top into 2 people. It's normally going to be pretty strong.
Yeah, I was actually hoping we could get the action up there because I missed whether this was check bet from Woodley and then call or interesting. So Ryan leads out on the turn regardless. Here we go. Now we can get the action. It looks like Ryan just led on the flop with his top pair top kicker, which makes some sense. I mean, this board isn't really good or bad for Woodley as he can have just about anything. So you can't necessarily eliminate the possibilities out there. But it does make sense for Ryan to not want this to check through. He leads out on the flop and then leads on the turn, and Marshall has rivered the ace. Oh my goodness.
No, Marshall has...
Oh, no. I'm sorry. Ryan has rivered the ace after betting twice.
Yeah, and
Beats
Marshall snap calls. Kind of surprised that Marshall didn't
raise the turn
with top 2 on kind of a wet board. But he goes for the slow play and then gets the unfortunate river card.
Yep.
Nothing you can do there.
That's tough, and I'm assuming Ryan's not going anywhere with top there if Marshall raises on the turn. I don't know. Maybe he'd think about it, but I'm assuming he's not going anywhere, so Marshall actually probably saved himself a lot of money.
Yeah, it's hard to know.
Yeah, definitely surprising, though. I would have thought that he would raise turn for sure. I mean, I wouldn't have been that surprised if he raised the flop after Ryan led into the 3 guys.
Tricky fish up to his old tricks.
Raises to 20 from under the gun.
Wow, big shove here from Woodley to 350. It's going to be a tough decision. I wonder what Evan will do.
This is an interesting play from Woodley.
Yeah, and turns out he's got...
Wow, gets snap called. Okay.
Yeah.
I feel like there's some dynamic going on here. Let's get some table talk
Jack 10
up.
have more equity than 7s?
Could be because of a limit if someone folded a 7.
But a pair is ahead. That's weird.
Yeah, but if the pair's folded, then.
Well, it doesn't matter.
Don't? You got a pair? Oh, you got better than a pair.
And Woodley gets there. They just rip it. They do have the option to run it twice here at Poker House of Dallas, but this time they rip it. It looks like Woodley was just trying to get it in there and either double up or rebuy. He gets the double up, and yeah, Chris, I think that when...
Good old-fashioned flip.
Yeah, I think that when one of those 7s is eliminated, that the equity of the Jack 10 just... Because it was already pretty close to a flip, and then if you take away the possibility of making one of the sets, then I could see how that flips it.
The pair's ahead. I
mean, it's the best hand, but it...
Yeah, Jack 10 still has to hit something to improve, so...
Yeah, but...
It just surprises me that losing one of your outs from the hand that's already ahead would flip the equities the other way.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure. I just think that it's like you just have a better chance to hit those 6 outs, I guess, once one of the 7s is eliminated. Well, that's not the right way to put that. I guess you have a better chance of winning the hand once all 5 cards are seen, now that the 7s has a smaller chance of making a hand that can't be beaten by the Jack 10 easily.
Yeah.
But you're right, it is definitely an interesting dynamic there. Chris is telling us that we're getting some blur here on the camera. Sorry about that, Chris. There's nothing we can do here in the booth to fix that, but Eddie is paying attention. He's there in the chat, and he's out there on the floor helping us with the action tracker tonight. So if there's anything we can do, he's now aware of it. Appreciate that. Poker Monkey saying Woodley is entertaining. Absolutely. I was surprised, though, even though it's Woodley, to see the Jack 10 off, just shove it there. I feel like maybe Woodley sometimes does things like that to cultivate the image he has so that he can get the action he wants later on. And he's maybe just thinking like, well, most of the time this guy's going to fold. He's only raised to 20 and now I ripped it for 350. Most of the time he's going to fold and then I'll show him. And it just like breeds that image. And then the times that he doesn't fold, I still have a chance to win and double my stack, and then, you know, that still breeds that image. You know, when he calls, you know, then and has the better hand, it is what it is. You're going to lose sometimes. That's true. But instead of thinking about, like, I'm risking $350, he's thinking more about, like, okay, I'm risking a few bucks in EV, but it's like creating this image that I have that later on in this session, I'm going to double my 2K stack.
Yeah, I think he also prefers to play with more chips, so having 350 there feels kind of like a short stack, and it's willing to just stick it out there and gamble instead of, you know, maybe making a smaller raise and playing some later streets. It's just like take it or leave it, you know, and he got what he wanted, got the double.
Yep.
Now he can get in there and put people to the test again, and he's got a good hand to do it with this time with the 10-8 suited.
This is going to be an interesting spot here,
get in there, though.
Chris. Frankie has limped under the gun with the ace-queen off, but he knows that Jack knows he's capable of having some strong hands in this limping range.
Yeah, he folds.
And then Jack still decides to go for the 3-bet. So, yeah, I think Frankie was...
And it's +1, +2.
Yeah, exactly.
And Clark probably may not be opening as wide as some of the other players here, so...
For sure. So, yeah, I'm really
Frankie
not that surprised, actually, to see Frankie. Yeah, and he's saves himself from getting involved in a big pot here out of position against Jello, who woke up with the 2 Jellos. I think we can give him a... Oh, where's the... Jellos for Jello. Clark is whiffed on the flop here.
The interesting
Yeah, decides to float.
flow and small size from Jello.
And the small size gets him called.
This is the kind of flop. Oh,
Oh, goodness. Jello snap calls.
yeah. And he's drawing to 3 outs.
Yeah, I didn't see exactly how much the pot was there
Get there.
relative to Jello's stack, but
It was pot bet.
pot size bet. Okay.
Nice double up for Jello.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah, I think Clark just decided to maybe he could rep the 6 there, rep some boats and straights on that board, and didn't work out this time. Just ran into the top of Jello's range.
Yep. Yeah, he's probably thinking that after Jello has re-raised him pre-flop that this isn't a very good board for him. So maybe the best that he can have is 1 over pair, and might thought Jello would be a little worried whenever that board comes paired and straightening.
Yeah, it's just
But, yeah, not enough behind.
yeah,
Right?
just not a deep enough stack for 1 pair to fold.
Yeah, not enough behind to make that play.
Yeah, I'm not seeing a blur either, to be honest.
Looks like we got Nico in the chat. I love some Nico chatter.
Is that Nico? Why raise? Why raise?
No, probably this one here.
Oh,
Assuming that's him.
Nico.
Nico Theo. Is that you, Nico?
Which Nico? Is it?
I'm talking about Nico that we saw playing tournaments at Choctaw.
Yeah.
Okay, no blur. All right, well, that's great. Glad to hear that. So we got some more playable hands in the mix here. Frankie with the 2 9s. Jello with the ace queen. And there's already action in front of them.
Now we have Ryan, who hasn't played a hand yet, or at least
He's played a couple.
not a. Okay, I take that back. Hasn't played a definitive hand that has stood out to me yet. 3 betting with the 8s now, so.
And if you will notice there, he's got less than 1%. Oh, well, he did. It just updated after. That's interesting.
What folded?
Oh, the pocket 9s folded. I think that was Frankie with 2 9s.
Yeah, so that's kind of what I was talking about. Like, Ryan, as far as I've seen, hasn't been that involved. So Frankie must have just expected him to have a really strong range there and decides to not get involved with 9s from the big blind. Tough spot with that hand.
Yeah, a couple of tough spots for the boys there.
Good. Well, it's a good looking flop for 2 8s on a paired board, but this time it's not going to be good as Marshall flops trip 10s.
Oh, yeah.
And let's see if he
Clark's got a gut shot, too, and he
plays
just got
again, or
stacked, so
if he plays this one fast.
he may be sticky as well.
Oh, yeah, Ryan had the ace-10 before.
Yeah.
I guess I should have said pre-flop.
Yeah, and Ryan leads out here to protect his 2 8s. That's going to be a disaster. Marshall's got 900 behind. Feels like a call right here would be, yeah, best way to get Ryan to keep putting money in this pot. Clark does get away from
One of
it.
those scary turn cards for 2 8s, but that one is not scary.
No, it's not. And now Ryan's head has got to be spinning, trying to figure out what does Marshall have. He knows he could have a 10. It was Ryan who 3-bet pre-flop, and I think Marshall cold called, huh?
Yeah.
Ryan knows Marshall, though. They play together. I've seen them in the same game, so they may have some history here.
That might have factored into the previous hand also.
Very true.
Ryan
very
does
true.
check the turn.
Yeah.
And see what size Marshall goes.
Man, this is going to be tough. Ryan has a key card here in the 8 of clubs to be blocking a lot of those combo draws that Marshall could turn into a bluff, but there's still a lot of other potential bluffing hands out there, and Marshall is not afraid to bluff. So I think Ryan is...
I like the sizing choice by Marshall to just go third pot here. I think he's recognizing that when Ryan slows down, he's going to be pretty limited to like 1 pair of hands, maybe 2 overcards like ace-king, ace-queen, and no reason to put a chunky bet out just yet. And he's going to have a big enough pot to be able to jam his stack on the river anyway. So I really like the sizing choice, 190 here by Marshall. The tricky $10 off at the 200 also.
Yeah, and I feel like the 190 is still large enough, though, relative to the stacks and the size of the game, where Ryan's not going to think he's getting milked. He's going to think that this could still be a bluff.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's the pot bet was the flop bet was 160. So it's tough to fold for. I mean, it never feels good when you're facing a bet size that was very similar to the previous street, you know, and you think there's still a good chance that you have the best hand.
Ryan just snap puts it in on the clean river. This is an interesting play for sure. Yeah, if Marshall did have a bluff,
don't know why.
I think you might do better by, yeah, and he snap calls it off. Yeah, that's interesting. I wonder if Ryan thought maybe Marshall could just have a 7 there, that he was betting for protection on the turn.
Yeah.
But that just feels a little thin.
Yeah, and the other thing I don't love about the river jam is like because of all the club draws miss and straight draws miss, you kind of take away your opponent's opportunity to bluff if they are bluffing, you know.
Yeah, that was a tough one.
But unfortunate result there for Ryan.
And we've got Miss or Mr. Satexi in the chat here that says, Mr. Ryan is their pops. Sorry, I had to see pops get stacked right there. Do you want to do the the sound?
Do it. We're just here having fun, guys. Poker's fun.
Sorry, Satexi. Appreciate you being in the chat, though, and there is still a lot of time left, and your dad's a great player, so I'm sure he's going to get it back plus some. I've played with your dad many times.
5 fold, 6 call, 7 fold. 8 folds. 9 raises to 30. 1 folds. 2 folds. 6 calls.
And very next hand, Marshall picks up pocket 5s. Gonna play the heater, and it's not a great flop for 2 5s, but oh, royalty flops a straight.
Yeah, my goodness. Just the goods. Marshall is basically drawing dead. He would need running full house outs.
This is the kind of spot we were recently talking about amongst ourselves, Nick, where I might be inclined just to check back and see a free card and not feel the urge to c-bet just because I raised pre-flop. Just because it's such a juicy, dangerous board. You know, sometimes we win with a c-bet, but other times we get raised.
Sure. I'm with you, and I think that both options seem valid. I'll add to that, though, that I would actually probably be a little more likely with a hand like this that I'm not, like, it's not really that valuable to me. If the guy shows any sign of strength, it's probably just no good.
Yeah.
And then maybe be checking back.
But you could flop a set or turn a set.
Yeah, of course. And why I agree with you that it seems like a good one to mix in there and have some checkbacks and some bets. But just as a general rule, I've been thinking that, like, maybe betting with those lower equity or those hands that need more protection when they are the best hand,
Yeah, I feel
you're happy to get value. But when they're not the best hand, you're also not afraid to fold. You don't have to worry about, like, let's say that we decided to bet like a pair and a straight draw there.
Yeah.
You know, or backdoor flush draw and a gut shot.
Yeah.
You know, and maybe could check some of those hands instead.
Yeah, I agree with that. It's a good point. Ryan having a chance to get some chips back here with the ace-king. See how this develops. Oh, and we got the 7-deuce off from Tricky Fish. So Ryan is going to get some chips back if he can find a way to win this hand.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one to watch here because Tricky Fish has immediately come in with the aggressive line, even though this was a straddle and a large open.
Yeah, pretty big. 3-bet 2.
Feels like he may be a little committed to the bluff line.
I wonder how Ryan is going to proceed.
Yeah.
And Woodley having a decision here with Jack-8 suited.
Yeah, I definitely think that if Ryan comes back over the top, that Tricky Fish is out of there. But if Ryan defends, I can see Tricky Fish feeling the urge to continue going after this.
He snap calls. It's tough to play ace-king out of position in a spot like this when you miss. I might have considered, I guess they're a little too deep to jam. Well, it's not going to be tough anymore. And he might just... Oh,
he just leads right out.
The lead is going to cost. It might cost. It might cost. Maybe not. We'll see.
I would almost guarantee that if Evan folds here, that it did cost. I would have to think that it was.
Wow.
He's just going to go for it
he's
anyway.
just raising.
Wow.
Super strong. Super committed.
But Ryan's not folding ace king here.
Never. Think Ryan's just getting max value now. I'd like to see him just call here because when you get raised, you're either up against the same hand, a better hand, or total airball bluff. And especially if you factor in the 7-deuce game, then you have to give him all the rope you can.
Although I am blown away. Like, if I was in this hand, by this point, I'd be like, there's no way this guy has 7 deuce. I would think that ace-king feels like a very likely candidate.
This would be epic if somehow Ryan folds ace-king. That would, oh my gosh, don't tell me. I'm rooting for Ryan in his hand.
It's kind of a strange line by Tricky Fish with anything. I mean, what hand would you have here that would want to raise?
Ace-king and aces, really.
I mean, but why would you even want to raise with those when the guy just leads into you on this board?
Could have like ace-4 too. 3-betting. 5-4 maybe.
Ryan's not folding.
I wouldn't raise anything here, but just...
I don't blame Ryan for being tentative. I just don't think I could get away from this hand.
No, I would never get away from this. I just like calling better than re-raising. Here we go. Now let's see how fast. Now let's see what he does. Dang, this is going to cost Tricky Fish.
Tricky Fish is like dedicated to this bluff right here. Let's get the audio up on the table, guys. Oh, and he calls. And immediately gets it back.
I'm dead. Tricky Fish says, I'm dead. That's a costly one. Was it worth? Nice try. Yeah.
Oh man.
Was it worth the $80? The 800.
And the glory, Chris. And the glory.
The glory.
And you hear props from all the table mates there.
761. He was brave, Nick. He was brave.
Yeah, I love it. What?
He ran right into the heat of battle.
Yeah, what a
with no
gutsy
fear.
play. What a gutsy play. The chat's going off. Love it.
He would have, Tricky Fish would have felt over the moon if somehow Ryan just folded the ace king face up and he gets to show the 7 deuce. But I just, you can't fold ace king in that spot.
Man.
3-bet pot, king 4-4. It's about as good as it gets.
And Ryan, who literally just got stacked, now immediately doubles up to having the biggest stack on the table. And that's poker.
Yeah.
Good job, Dad.
Exactly. That's poker. I was rooting for the comeback. Happy to see it.
Vibes for Ryan. Love it.
Had the tough 8s hand, and then maybe the very next hand manages to double up and get it back. Just goes to show you anything can happen in No Limit Texas Hold'em. The stacks can swing.
We've got a guy, Y Rays, here in the chat that is giving the chat a lot of love. I'm wondering if we might know him personally, Cris. I'm wondering if that might be Mr. Nocturnal.
Reveal yourself.
Yeah.
Y Rays.
Face reveal. We get 100 likes. Face reveal.
He has a low.
Just run a few ace races.
Nice.
We've done that a couple of times too. I feel like all these guys are buds. I think they know Evan, actually. That's my guess. Evan giving him the good call. Was a good call. You're definitely uncomfortable because
now Rosie has the 7 deuce offsuit.
It's a weird hand. Yeah, and let's see how he decides to play it.
He's already laughing about it.
He just folds.
Doesn't have the bravery.
I mean, when you just saw what happened.
Yeah, I know. I would fold too. Just got to needle him a little bit.
Oh, boy.
And wow.
Yeah, this looked like did it just fold to Rosie? And it was straddle, double straddle, triple straddle?
Yeah.
Okay, and he's out of position to both of these guys. And, you know, honestly, if you are, if you're trying to play to win money off of the bounty, then I think you need to be selective when you play 7 deuce offsuit. And there are some times when you can include it in there because you go, all right, I just got a really good squeeze spot where I would already be thinking about squeezing with some other candidates. And now I'm going to mix some 7 deuce off into that because I think that it's already a profitable spot. Maybe not with this hand, but when you add that extra $80 to the pot that no one else knows about, then it does become profitable. But I think it's kind of silly to just like, well, it's fun for the game, of course. But if you're thinking about trying to win money playing poker, then just playing 7 deuce off in any situation to the max probably isn't worth the $80 that you're getting back when it works. So I don't blame Rosie for.
Yeah, I think it's all for the fun and for the psychology battle against your other competitors.
No doubt. And I'm with all of that, and I think that it seems a lot of fun to be in there mixing that in, but just saying, I also don't blame anyone if they say this isn't really a good configuration for me to be going crazy with a 7 deuce offsuit to try and win a $10 bounty.
For sure. Still trying to win chips when you show up to play poker.
Yeah, exactly. Wow, and Woodley has ripped it in here again. And Cris, this is exactly what we were talking about with the Jack 10 off. You just shove it in there, and now all of a sudden you've set yourself up for this very interesting spot where now Tricky Fish is in the tank, even though his cards are not really indicative of that. He's opened, and then Woodley just shoves.
And he just lost with 7 deuce, so he might be feeling a bit more inclined to gamble.
Goodness, this looks like it might have been a straddle, double straddle, triple straddle.
No. Woodley loses his action by showing one card. I think if Woodley didn't show, then he might have had a real chance at getting called there.
straddle thus far.
Under review.
20.
Yeah, I hope they overturn it. Let's see.
They use half of my 80 down there to straddle.
Y-Ray says that hands like Jack-8 of diamonds in the hands of a strong, experienced player like Tricky Fish are dangerous weapons. That can be true, but it didn't work out this time, Y-Rays.
Yeah, and it looks like the triple straddle is on. These guys are bumping the game up. Triple straddle would be 10, 20, 40. So that would be 5 players on the table in the blinds, which changes the dynamic of the game a lot, Chris.
Yeah, and Frankie waking up with 2 8s here. What? How many big blinds do we have? 1.8K, $40. What's that?
I think that's going to be about 45
yeah,
blinds.
45.
Frankie makes it 100.
45 blinds. It's interesting if we like raise and then get 3-bet what we're doing with 8s.
Definitely. I think Marshall will very likely defend here.
9 calls 100. 1 fold.
Tricky Fish is out of there. That's a little surprising after the last couple of hands. I thought maybe he'd peel with 6-3 suited. I think he was already in for 20. And then Woodley's going to defend with the 9-3 offsuit in the triple straddle. He was in for 40. So we had Frankie open to 2.5x, which makes some sense to me. I think the larger the blinds get, the more it makes sense to raise in smaller increments of them, especially if relative to the stack sizes here, you've gone from having 300 to 400 big blinds and instead all of a sudden have only 40 to 50. So Frankie's going to c-bet, and Marshall is flopped relatively well here. That second pair, backdoor draws. He improves. Not enough to beat Frankie yet. And those 2 8s are damaging to Marshall's chances.
What are you thinking about check back or bet here? Feel like it's pretty close with 2 8s.
Yeah.
I think I like check, honestly.
I think I do too.
Even though it's a wet board, it's like we turn a gut shot. We might still have the best hand. We really don't want to get raised off of our hand on the turn.
Yeah, and I think on a river like this, Frankie's going to feel really comfortable to
bluff catch.
Yeah, exactly. And Marshall is kind of like value betting.
Yeah, he's value betting.
Yeah.
Worst hand.
Sort of protecting his hand too, and like not wanting Frankie to blast him, so he bets the size that feels comfortable to him, I think.
Yeah, I think at this point the hand calling is really the only option here.
Yeah, and if you're Marshall, I like betting up to a size that
Be pretty
you kind of get to a certain size where you feel like if my opponent raises this bet, then I can really comfortably fold. You know, if you go too small, then you feel like you might have induced something.
Do you think Frankie would ever like min raise for value here?
I mean, that would be pretty tricky, but he just decides to call this time, which makes the most sense to me. I feel like Frankie played this hand really well.
Yeah, I like it.
I like all of
Good
it.
hand,
I like
Frankie.
every street, I think, and
Yeah, me too. I think turn is another one of those spots where you can justify betting again. There's worse hands that could call you. You know, you want to deny equity, you want to get value, but at the end of the day, you're reopening the action to possibly let your opponent make an aggressive move against you, and then you're really in a bad spot. And when you check back, like you just get to see another street in position, pick up some information from your opponent. They have to act before you on the river. And you get to keep some stronger hands in your check back range.
And I think that you can make that final decision about whether you want to go for thinner value or if you want to just check back and control like you're talking about, in great part based on who you're playing against. And whether you think that opponent is capable of taking a hand that you would be betting twice to get value out of and then turning it into a bluff against you. Like if they're capable of doing that, then you start having to reevaluate like how often you want to check back and just control the hand and allow them. If they're capable of doing that, that means they're also capable of turning those hands into a bluff on the river. And Marshall wasn't bluffing there. Y-Rays here in the chat mentioned that he doesn't think Marshall's bluffing, he's just merging, and I'll say, yeah, definitely he's not bluffing. I mean, I agree with you, he's kind of merging, but it's a merge of like what I mentioned, like setting your price to get to showdown and preventing the other guy from blasting you. slash getting value.
Yeah.
It's the merge between those two things, not a merge between a bluff and value. There's really no hands that I think Frankie's going to fold with. I mean, he just called with 2 8s, which is literally pipping you. So if he's going to call with that, then you're certainly not bluffing him off of a better hand.
Yeah.
Okay, so we got our pre-flop raise percentages up there. Everyone's kind of ranging between 10 and 20%. Woodley cracking that 20% just barely. It's hard to raise more than 10 or 20% in a 9-handed cash game, Chris.
Definitely. You're just stifled by the other players. No one person is allowed to get away with playing too many hands because the other players won't let you.
For sure. And me and Chris were just talking about this yesterday, actually, which is you feel like whenever you look down at a playable hand that maybe sometimes it's been a long time. You know, let's say you look down at a hand like a ace-5 suited. You think it's been a while since I've seen a hand that's playable, but really when you factor in that there's 9 hands getting dealt every single hand, it's very likely that someone has something. Woodley's making another massive shove play here. It's going to get through, and he's going to scoop in $150 of dead money. He is really mixing this one in tonight. It's the 3rd time we've seen him go with the huge overbet shove play pre-flop, and overall it's worked. Twice he's gotten folds with the ace-queen, and then previously he doubled up with the jack-10 offsuit. So not only has he won money doing it right now, but I feel like he is setting himself up for the perfect opportunity later in the stream to shove with a primo and get called light. No way Woodley's scared to play post. Why raise? He is fearless. I think he is just mixing it in tonight, trying something new. And maybe because his stack size is, maybe he feels like if he's under $1,000, it's more conducive to do some crazy stuff like that and try and build it up so he can play as deep as possible. Then he's happy to reload if it doesn't work.
Frankie getting in the limp re-raise here with 2 kings.
Oh, sweet.
Caught Marshall opening wide on the button with the jack deuce off, and I'm
defending wide.
surprised to see him get some action here, and that'll keep Woodley in too.
Oh yeah, I bet Woodley wasn't going anywhere.
Look at that clean stack size, 777.
Oh yeah,
jackpot.
Nice. Jackpot
Doesn't hit though. Frankie
hits for a prankster.
Yeah.
Oh baby, but no one else has anything.
It's gonna be hard to get any more action if he puts in a bet here. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, and I think it's a pretty standard spot to put in a bet here.
Yeah.
No, I'm not. Not on a flush draw board with 2 players in there.
I like 80. 80 is a good size.
Yeah.
Marshall floating with no heart in his hand. He does have backdoor straight draw.
Pretty bold. Pretty bold strategy here from Marshall. It is going to be...
Let's see if he can pick up some equity on the turn. 7's not going to do it. Needed a 4 or an ace. Or 6.
This is not a great card for Frankie, and it's going to be interesting. I mean, there's already almost 500 out there, so Marshall's only got a little more than 2x pot, so I can't imagine Frankie ever getting away from this. No, Marshall's not even going to try. He's just going to let it go. I was going to be curious if Frankie decided to check there.
Yeah.
If Marshall's going to go for it.
I think he would decide to.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if there's any universe where Frankie's able to fold that hand at some point and allow Marshall to steal it away.
Here we see Frankie, Ryan, Rosie, and Woodley, and Jack leading the leaderboard.
Tricky fish down there on the bottom because of that hero bluff attempt with the 7-deuce offsuit, and it's been one of the most exciting moments of the stream so far. And he is also an active and very good player, so could easily get that 2K back very quickly. when you see that they have got the double and triple straddle on repeatedly here. No straddle in this hand. We got 60 of you guys in the chat. We would really appreciate it if you would click on that like button. Free for you. Helps boost the stream and push it out through the YouTube algorithm, and
just makes us happy.
Yeah, also just helps us. Yeah, putting some effort into this, trying to show up every week and make this stream better. And we've got more improvements coming down the pipeline, a lot of them actually. So when you show us that you are enjoying what you're seeing, then it helps our bosses want to keep making improvements here. So we've got Woodley, Rosie, and Marshall mixed up in a pot here. Rosie turns 2 pair. Woodley and Marshall both have a piece of it. Oh, I'm sorry. Woodley has made the straight. Totally bricked on that. So Marshall makes a straight on the turn as Rosie turns 2 pair. And Marshall fluffed front door flush draw.
Yeah, picks up a gut shot.
It's a gut shot to the bottom end of a one-liner, but still relevant. And interesting, Marshall is actually the one driving the action here with his draw. Woodley just calls, and now Rosie's going to come in for the raise. This is an interesting one.
It's a little interesting to raise Queen Jack.
Woodley's all in. Not really surprised to see that. He was kind of waiting to spring that trap.
I didn't see all the action, but I wouldn't necessarily raise Queen Jack every time.
I know, I missed the details also.
We lose to Ace 10 offsuit. There's 16 combos of that. 10-9 offsuit, 16 combos of that. Lose to King Jack and King Queen. Even like King 3.
You are in there against Marshall and Woodley, though, to be fair. So that's what that image creates, is you wanting to go thinner. And it's hard to make 2 pair.
Yeah. I think that if your game plan is to go thin against these guys, then you have to be willing to put your stack in after the raise.
Well, let's see what happens. Rosie's in the tank. I mean, this is a strong move from Woodley whenever Marshall calls and then Woodley shoves all in over the top. He knows Rosie is a tight player too, and very likely has a good hand here. Let's see if Rosie can piece all that together and find a way to get away from the second best hand. Ugh, not this time.
Tough spot here.
Yeah, he does have some equity there, guys. He's got...
Well, this is what you were talking about with Woodley. Woodley's image paying off for him in a big spot.
Yep.
Yeah.
So Rosie's got full house outs. Marshall's actually in the tank here too, thinking about it. Still going to cost him all in to call. It's another 900. Yeah. I would be very surprised to see him make a call that late. Going 2 rivers.
Yeah, I think that even in a loose game.
Oh, you see Marshall turn away there. Yep.
9-10 is a straight.
And Woodley cleans house.
Yeah, nice hand, Woodley. Not. It's never easy with 2 pair. And not saying that this could have been avoided, but just a consideration on this exact texture to not necessarily, to maybe play it a little bit more passively with the 2 pair that doesn't have top pair when there's 2 different straights available.
Yeah.
Just a consideration.
Yeah, for sure. Tough spot there. Especially when you've seen these 2 guys. Woodley, we just said, he's shoved all in 3 times before the flop. Huge. You know he's capable of making a play at any time. You also know Marshall has been given a lot of action so far. Really hard to make 2 pair. So it is what it is. A little bit of a cooler spot there for Woodley to capitalize on. He plays it cool, just flatting the bet from Marshall, and then gets the spot to shove. Sneaky boy pays off. And the full double. And there you go. For you guys that were in the chat questioning Woodley, he gets his double. Now he's deep, and he picks up ace king on the very next hand.
And Rosie has a hand again, too.
Oh, yeah, and Royalty has 2 queens.
Oh, dang.
This is going to be spicy. So Royalty opens to 20, and Rosie just flats and avoids getting himself in huge trouble. And I think he'll probably be able to get away from this after it goes squeeze from Woodley and then 4-bet from Royalty.
Yeah. I don't really see any other play besides just getting the stack in here with $400.
Mm-hmm. I'm sure that's what he's going to do. We're going to see them rip it off here and flip for $1,000. We got a 2-5 game with 1,500 cap tonight, guys.
He's going for a smaller 4-bet.
He does. Okay.
It's fine.
Yeah, makes total sense.
Clicks it back. 3x.
And Rosie's out of there. As predicted, he is able to get away from the 2 9s. Only cost him 4 blinds. He's frustrated about it, you can see. But he's going to be happy when he sees the queens revealed and sees that he got away from a very low equity hand. They're ripping it. Breaks on the flop for Woodley. He needs an ace or a king to improve here.
Turn card.
Now he needs a 4.
Down. They're sweating the turn card.
And we know here in the booth that Woodley is dead.
Another classic race.
No doubt. And the queens hold for Royalty. I'm sure he's stoked about that. His first really big pot of the night. He doubles up. And is now going to be sitting on a $900 stack. Jeff G reminding us that AK is not the nuts. It's a drawing hand, Jeff. It is a drawing hand. But it also has a certain amount of equity against other hands, and sometimes that cannot be ignored. And personally, I love using ace-king to mix into all sorts of lines to help make your poker game more creative. You can use it to flat with, you can use it to raise with, you can use it to limp and then re-raise with. There's all sorts of fun stuff that you can do with it.
Don't share all of your secrets.
I'm just saying, I have a...
You never know who's listening.
I've got a nice relationship with ace-king.
It's a welcomed sight, to say the least.
Oh boy, Chris. We've got Mr. Tricky Fish with the 7-deuce offsuit again here.
What do you think his relationship is right now with the 7-deuce?
We're going to find out right now.
Is he gonna
Oh, he's going for it. Yes. Let's go, Evan.
Nice.
Good luck, Tricky Fish.
Have to appreciate the entertainment value that Evan is providing.
No doubt. And I have a feeling this one's going to work. Ryan snap folds and he gets his $80. And he deserved that one.
Yeah, for sure.
Love it. Love it. Jeff saying he'd rather have pocket 5s than ace king all in pre-flop. I 100% agree with that, Jeff. I think that is undeniable.
I don't agree with that.
All in pre-flop?
I mean, depends on what we're up against.
He said he'd rather have pocket 5s than ace king.
If you're against ace king.
Oh, I was thinking against each other. If they are against each other, of course we'll take the 5s every time. Unless there's a 5 dead, apparently, as we learned earlier in the stream. Maybe the equities shift there.
All right, Marshall coming in, 10-8 off. I expect nothing less. Woodley calling, 9-6 off, also standard. And Clark calling the button with the ace deuce. It's got the best hand right now, but somehow 10-8 has the most equity versus these 3 hands. This also surprises me, but not anymore. Clark flops top pair, and it's going to go bet call. This hand is moving quickly. And looks like Marshall checks dark, makes a pair of eights.
Could get him in a little trouble.
Yeah. might start playing some mind games a little bit after checking dark and then making a pair.
And he does call. Only 10% chance to win, which does not come in. Mr. Clark's got the best hand, and he just checks it back, goes to showdown. Perfectly reasonable.
Yeah.
And he is going to win a $300 pot.
Makes it 35 to go. Raise 35. 9 fold, 1 fold, 2 fold, 3 fold. 4 calls, 5 fold, 6 fold, 7 fold. Heads up, check.
So we're going to have a battle of the 2 ace-10 offsuits here. As Ryan opens it up and Clark calls in the cutoff. They both whiff the flop, and it goes check, check. So might be first one to bet here is going to take down this pot. Check, check, and check, check. We're going to chop it up. All right, so we've been checking in every week with the chat, Cris, to see what do you guys think about the progression of the Team Garrett / Team Robbie story. Things have evolved each and every week. It has been an interesting watch. I would say that the discovery of the $15,000 getting stolen off of the stack was pretty mind-blowing and still seems so crazy and suspicious, but there hasn't really been any true proof come forward. It's just speculative evidence. So
Yeah, and now the last piece of information I saw was that Robbie passed her, or I should say that there was no like suspicious results during her polygraph test.
no doubt.
So
I believe me and you were doing the first show when that was happening. Is that right? We talked about that in our very first episode here.
I believe so.
Yeah, so it's been about 4 weeks now.
I believe so.
Interesting story to watch evolve and see how the poker community has commented on that. The reaction has been. All right, so we've got straddle pot here, and Marshall's in the straddle with the 2 jacks. He's going to be bumping it up. Goes to 60 over 3 limpers. Woodley's in there with the Queen 10 offsuit. Clark's out of there, and Ryan's out of there. So we're going to have a heads-up pot here. We got Marshall, who was in the straddle, and Woodley, who limp called.
And look at this tricky float from Woodley. He's got the Queen of Hearts, some backdoor straight draws. Wow, just drills the queen on the turn. That's unfortunate for Marshall's hand.
Yeah, and I wasn't surprised at all, honestly, to see that float. This feels like the perfect kind of hand that he would like to take a turn with in position and then make some moves. Didn't need to make a move as he Turn's the best hand. And Marshall goes thin, turn and river. He's got a queen. Sorry, Marsh.
Yeah. I don't mind Marshall value betting his jacks there, actually, on the turn and river. It's not so likely that Woodley just has a queen when he calls the flop.
No doubt. I'm with you.
And lots of worse pairs that'll pay off on that run out.
And I have a feeling that Marshall went with that 125 sizing there, which was kind of healthy compared to the 30 and 50 flop and turn bets. Feels like a little bit more meaty. I feel like he went with that size kind of because of what we were talking about earlier, which is that you want to go to a size where it makes it feel like if your opponent does decide to raise you, that he's almost always got you beat. You kind of put a stopper to those loose raises that you induce with your small sizing. So
yeah, and going big might make it look more bluffy too. Get some lighter calls.
Yeah, and you're still, I think you're still at that sizing going to get called by plenty of worse hands. So
I have Jello coming in here with the 7 deuce off. I've seen 7 deuce several times tonight, so see if this one will work out.
And this is a straddle, double straddle. I think another consideration here.
It's definitely nice when it goes heads up. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there.
You're good. It is nice when it goes heads up for sure, and he gets a good board to c-bet. Woodley has nothing, so maybe this one's going to work.
Yeah, I think with this exact hand, I'd like to go at least half pot, like 75, and just try to end the hand right now. Especially against a player like Woodley, who's going to, you know, be calling wider and maybe make some tricky check raises and stuff. Nice work. Gets it done. Yeah, that's like that setup is a good good candidate for just betting big right now, you know, really trying to get rid of the riffraff.
Oh, boy.
Stand-up game.
Yeah, Jello scoops the 7 deuce bounty, and now we
love to see the stand-up game.
Oh, yeah. Moving into the stand-up game.
It's become a regular thing on the next gen live stream. I can vouch, it creates action. Got me into some trouble last week.
And if you are not familiar with the stand-up game, what's about to happen here is that all 9 players are going to be up and out of their seats, and they have to keep standing until they win a hand. After you've won a pot, you take your seat, and if you are the last one standing, you're going to owe a bounty to the rest of the table, which in previous episodes has been $10 that you have to pay to each player for a total of $80 in bounties, so it kind of matches that 7 deuce game. And this is going to be fun to watch. As we get down to where there's only 2 or 3 players left, it becomes kind of a battle to see who can be the last one. Well, not the last one standing.
Yeah, and the difference between this and like the 7 deuce bounty, for example, is that besides the bounty that you have on being the last one standing and having to pay everyone $80, you have the additional incentive of not wanting to be standing the whole time you're playing. So it's kind of like a double whammy for action.
So it looks like Clark has just scooped in the first pot.
Yeah, wakes
Look
up
at
with
his
2 queens.
Yeah, that was easy. Just takes it down pre-flop, huh? All right, this one's interesting here too, as we've had a couple of limps, 3 limps, 4 limps, looks like. And then Woodley bumps it up, and Jack was laying the trap. He's got the ace-queen suited, and he comes in for the limp squeeze. This is going to be really fun to see how this one plays out, because I don't think Woodley's going away.
Yeah, especially not for this size.
Yeah, this is like a pure value bet from Jack here, and I really love it. And my guess would be that he is getting it in if Woodley decides to come back over the top. Woodley's making a face that looks like he might just let it go. No, he's not.
He's just making an unhappy I'm nervous about your range, but I'm not gonna fold.
Yeah,
My face.
very interesting reverse
And
tell there.
flops the trip
Oh,
jack.
wow. Oh, no. Poor Jello.
Oh, what happened?
And Woodley just snap shoves it all in. He's going to give him a chance to get away. What a spot for Jello here.
First to act.
Woodley was first to act. He had defended in.
Let's hear what they're.
Give the exact number. It's right at 1200.
Give me all the money. Just ship it. Seven deuce, really? That would be kind of sick. Although last time I won the 7 deuce in like some crazy game and people didn't want to pay because it was like.
Normally don't like 7 deuce, but on a string. But like when I'm actually driving, I'm not trying to get like 10.
Yeah, we can run it as many times as you want.
Great table chat right there.
Yeah, tough spot for Jello. Given that he only put in 225 pre, it's a big ask to put the rest of the chips in.
Oh, okay, sorry.
1195. I was counting.
Even if we do have the best hand,
Yeah, it's almost 1 point, almost 2x the pot.
nice, good fold. Good fold. He's gonna be really happy later when he sees the hand.
He says no.
Right now he doesn't. Right now he doesn't know.
That's your spot.
Did he check and then Woodley jammed?
No, Woodley just donk shoved
But Woodley was.
for 2x the pot. Jello had limp squeezed him.
No.
Woodley was in the big blind.
Was he?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Dang, that's kind of a crazy.
Hold on, let's hear what these guys have to say real fast.
When I jam with a jack.
Frankie, we've learned you're not dead with anything. You can run straight to spades here.
Major fail.
I think we learned that with this guy.
4 fold, 5 fold, 6 makes it 20. 7 fold, 8 fold. Good fold. 9 calls.
Actually, good fold.
To answer your question, why raise? Knock has been sick the last few days. Thankfully, he's getting better now. So I substituted for him tonight, but he should be commentating next Sunday, so you can tune in then and listen to what he has to say.
I'm sure it's going to be good stuff, too. And just a further point on that, that's Mr. John/Nocturnal, who is the editor of the Next Gen Poker Vlogs. And if you have not had a chance to watch those, you're just tuning in, you got to go over to their YouTube channel and check it out. They have some of the biggest social media platforms in the entire poker community, Cris. And I don't know if you know this, but they are right now crossing the threshold of 100 million views on YouTube.
Wow, 100 million is very, very cool benchmark to reach.
No doubt. That's a big, big number. It's hard to even conceptualize that. That's a third of the people in the United States of America.
Yeah, that's crazy. Props to them. They work hard and they put the effort in, and they're really great personalities to see.
No doubt. So, yep, we're going to have Mr. Knock in the booth with us next week. I think it'll be me and him chatting it up about these boys playing cards. And I'm sure he's going to do a great job. He's a great poker mind. I love talking about poker with him.
Yeah.
Jeff saying the 50 pluses aren't trying to stand up for 10 minutes or more. I'm with you there.
Yeah, just going back to Woodley's King Jack hand, like, I know he definitely has the image to get away with making such a big jam and still getting called by worse, and you could see that Jello was definitely considering it. But that's, his hand is just so nutted that I wouldn't mind like roping them in a little bit more with some smaller smaller bets, and kind of unfortunate if you're if you let your opponent get away from their hand there.
Well, maybe he's just like deciding that he's going to use all of those shoves that he's made previously in the session and hope Jello has a pair.
Yeah.
I mean, he almost called him with ace high for 2x pot, so.
Yeah, I get that.
You know. And then right there, I think we missed it. We were chit-chatting. Frankie made a little move. Ends up taking down a pot with the ace 8 suited. It looked like he flopped a nut flush draw. And is able to sit down. And he's got a nice little stack growing. And another playable hand here. Him and Jack are going to be... Oh, him, Jack, and Rosie are going to be tangoing again. We're about to have some next-gen on next-gen on next-gen action. Little three-way next-gen action.
With 3 all coming to the fight with a pair.
Here we go. Jack with the best of it. These other guys may not even see the flop, Chris. It's going to be a big squeeze here, I think. We get a couple of limps as Rosie is doing everything he can to get those 6s to the flop. Don't blame him for that, and we know that these boys are mixing it up with some strong hands for those limps as well. And now he's able to escape for only 1 blind. As he folds, Marshall folds, Frankie folds, and the next-gen and next-gen action is out. And it is Jello scooping. Nice little squeeze pot. I'm sure he's happy to win the $60 plus avoid paying the bounties in the stand-up game.
Yeah.
And he denied equity to 2 hands that can stack you if they flop a set.
For sure. Rosie has, from what I've seen, been one of the last ones every time that stand-up game comes up.
Yeah.
Actually, not the first time we commentated. He got up pretty early, but
Sure.
we'll see. We'll see how this plays out for him. Him and Evan, and are they the only 2? And Marshall, 3 of them are still standing.
Yeah, this one's gone relatively quickly, huh?
Yeah, yeah. Some of them are pretty long-lasting.
And we never know, because as you get down to the end, it becomes harder and harder for someone to sit down.
Yeah, a lot of luck goes into it too.
Oh, definitely. And don't tell anyone this, chat, but if I was playing the stand-up game myself, I think the actual standing up / sitting down part of it would sort of be an afterthought to my decision. Sort of what I was talking about with the 7 deuce game earlier. It's like there's an extra $80 in the pot when you get that dealt that 7 deuce, but that's not enough to justify putting your entire stack out there most of the time. It looks like Marshall scoops just a little baby one by winning the blinds. He was in the straddle.
That's nice. Oh, and Ryan is still standing also, so.
That's true. I'll just say that I think Marshall earned that walk right there and the ability to sit down with his 58% VPIP.
Nice.
Yeah. You're getting in the mix. You're playing 58% VPIP in a 9-handed game.
Royalty still standing also, picking up ace-queen suited.
Mm-hmm. He's in the big
Guess
blind.
both of those guys were away from the table for a minute.
And I bet he's going to get a little squeeze spot here if he wants to take it. Man, Royalty's got an awesome spot. It's a raise and 3 calls for $40. He's got $800, Chris, and there's already 160, 170 out there. He goes to 205, which I think this time is just going to get the job done. These guys don't really have much of anything, except for Frankie with the 2 6s, and I think that's just too much to call with Royalty stack size. So it's going to get the job done, but personally, I kind of like just shoving my whole stack in. There's $160 out there, and I've only got 800. Just prevents me from that awkward situation where you raise, get called, and then whiff on the flop, and now you've got less than a pot size bet left.
That's what I did with 2 5s.
Yeah.
Almost the exact same size. 155 in the pot. Had about a 960 my stack. And that was a $25 straddle, so only had 40 blinds to start the hand. And I took your approach, Nick. Just shoved it in there.
And you know what? You also took Jeff's approach. I believe that was Jeff in the chat advocating for the 2-5s there, saying he would rather have 2-5s than ace king. And sounds like Cris agrees with you, Jeff.
That time I wish I would have had ace king, because then I would have been flipping versus the 2 jacks that ended up calling me. Instead, I had the sad 20%.
Maybe that's why you made that comment earlier that you'd rather have the ace king, depending on what the other guy has. We got some recency bias here.
Yeah, Rosie picking up the 2 jacks.
Yeah, and this is going to be his chance to sit down, but Marshall and Woodley still in the mix with him.
Nice to see the guys always bringing color to the table.
Yeah, I like this orange. And yeah, not surprised at all to see Marshall still in the mix, but he comes in with the 4-bet. I thought he was going to defend Cris. I really thought he was going to defend right there. He opened. Rosie 3-bets. Rosie's a pretty tight player, tight and aggressive player. He 3-bets from the blinds. I was expecting Marshall just to peel and take a flop, but he comes in with the 4-bet, which is probably in part to drive out Woodley behind him so he can take this flop in position.
Yeah, and King 10 suited is a decent 4-betting candidate every now and then.
And are we going to see Rosie find the 5-bet shove with the 2 jacks? This is a interesting configuration, and this is sort of a borderline hand here for Rosie. This is a tough spot.
Yeah, I mean, just given the way that Marshall's been playing tonight, mixing it up, getting involved in a lot of spots, I don't know how much of that Rosie has seen at Showdown or not. But I'd be...
Nice.
Yeah.
Rosie finds the correct play right here, which is to rip the stack in. Correct, assuming he knew Marshall's cards, as I was saying. This is a tough spot, but...
Surprisingly, it's a flip. Or, well, not quite a flip, but it's closer than I thought. Just 1 overcard. And Marshall does call it off. He's gambling. Got 57% versus 43%.
Yeah, I think Marshall had just already put so much out there. He had decided he was going to call, and Rosie flops the goods. Needs to fade a jack, and he does. And Rosie, for the Next Gen boys, is going to scoop in. Oh, they're running it twice, Cris. Oh, and he makes spades on the second board.
Oh, that's unlucky.
Oh. And they're going to chop it up.
Chop, chop.
Sorry for jumping the gun there, guys. I didn't realize they were going twice. And chop it up. Some knucks from the boys.
There's a straddle in play with the second straddle. 20
How do you sit down? Make it really hard. We got 40 coming in. 40 straddle. 40 now.
Got 64 of you guys here in the chat. Appreciate that. Click that like button for us. Let's see how many likes we got this week, Cris.
Just to clarify, if they get it all in and then run out 2 boards, then they always go based on the first board for stand-up game. So since Rosie won the first board, he gets to sit down.
Great question there. And we've got Tricky Fish now who's got the King 10 suited, and I bet that's looking pretty good considering he's one of the last couple standing here. So he does go for the 3-bet. It was straddle and double straddle, so Marshall opened from the straddle. Tricky Fish 3-bets pretty large. Not surprised to see the large sizing either. And Marshall decides to float or call, defend out of position here. Flops a pair. Now Tricky Fish has just ripped it in.
It's a big raise.
Yeah, and as you can see,
Bet.
guys, the stand-up game just creates really interesting dynamics where now Tricky Fish is over-betting this flop just so that he can take it down now, doesn't want to get tricky and give Marshall a chance to catch up. He just wants to win, sit down, and now Marshall is thinking, is Tricky doing this just so he can sit down? Does he possibly, oh goodness, he makes the call, hoping that maybe Tricky Fish just has a draw. He does not. He's got top pair this time. They're going to go twice again. Marshall needs a 9 or a 6. Doesn't get it on the first one.
See if he can pull a rabbit out of his hat again.
Not this time.
Not this time. And besides getting to sit down, Evan wins himself a nice pot to put himself back in the right direction.
Yeah, a huge pot, Chris. Almost $2,000 that he just, or sorry, over $2,000 that he was able to get into that pot on one street. The pre-flop action and then one street of betting. He just overbet, shoves. Marshall outthinks himself a little bit. Calls it off with second pair and a huge pot going Evan's way.
There's a straddle, Eddie.
Yeah.
Auto blind, so he should be good.
He's still gonna be the big one. So
Oh, well, then
Can I straddle
misdeal.
him?
Then we're
Yeah,
misdeal.
one second.
Send it in. Send it in as a misdeal. He didn't get touched.
Wait, was there a nine space or three?
Well, we were.
I don't think so.
I was double straddling for look down at a monster.
Well, if we run it back, if we watch the screen back and we see the we'll just run it back.
I'm not worried about that.
Yes. Correct.
Please don't snap.
Three folds. Four folds.
My bad.
Five and 6 folds. 7 folds.
Even if I fold, I can still be invested in what happened.
8 folds. 9 raises to 50.
Sure you want to like make it
1
10,
fold.
10, 20, or 10, 30, 50?
I don't want to have to lose like.
It's so rare to get on
Calls
there on
for
the
heads
river.
up.
Like, it's so rare. Like I've never done it before on the river. I've done the turn like a couple times.
9 bets 50. 9 bets 50. 2 bet or calls. Jacket, diamonds, king of hearts.
So we got Woodley and Marshall in a pot here together. Marshall has bought back into the game. $1,500, which is the cap. We're playing 2-5, 1,500 cap here tonight. Marshall raised pre-flop, and Woodley just defended. And now Marshall takes a stab on the river, which Woodley is going to pretty quickly look up. It's good. And you see, again, Woodley being tricky as he just flats pre-flop in a spot where you might expect him to do quite a bit of 3-betting in the straddle. And then plays it cautiously down to the end and gets Marshall to put in probably the maximum. Another good play. See the chip stacks there. Frankie is right on the verge of crossing that 3K threshold. Clark's going to get in the mix here. He opens it to 30. And behind him, he's going to have Marshall likely defending in the small blind with the offsuit ace. Tricky Fish defending in the big blind. And Woodley defending in the straddle. Not surprised to see any of that. And Marshall flops the best of it. Not much going for anybody else. He might be able to get a street of value out of Woodley here. He's going to get Clark to c-bet. This is definitely a board that really asks you to c-bet a lot as the pre-flop aggressor. Super, super dry. You've got all the largest aces and pocket aces. But I definitely don't think it's a requirement to c-bet a king-jack, 2 red cards offsuit into a 4-way pot on this board. I think you could just give up. It's not mandatory. You're pretty much betting your range, I guess, if you're betting this hand. Or not, if you are betting this hand, excuse me. Marshall, of course, continues. 6 is fold, and then here on the turn, goes check, raise. Wow. Marshall's really mixing it up now. He decides to raise Clark off of the hand on the turn. Now, that was an interesting raise. Earlier, we were talking about how he might be kind of merging between getting value and controlling the action of the hand and size of the pot. Here, I'm not really sure what the purpose is there to go for the raise. Feels like you're never getting called by worse hands, or very rarely.
I think maybe he's just playing his image and saying, like, I've been giving a lot of action. I'll get called lighter. So now I have top pair. And
yeah. I mean, it was check, bet, 200, raised to 800. He's got ace-9 offsuit. Feels like it's pretty hard to get called by a worse hand, but maybe he would call him with the worst ace sometimes. Looks like Woodley's playing the stand-up game by himself now. Did we even see who ended up winning the stand-up game, Chris?
Well, there's only one loser.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Who ended up losing? Let me know, chat. Who ended up losing the stand-up game? I didn't see last player standing.
Jack 4-betting the 10-8 suited in position. And flopping the nuts.
Wow. Oh, my goodness. Woodley flops a gut shot and a backdoor flush draw. I could see him trying to get creative with this. But there's not that much behind. Jack's got 2x pot. So this was raise, 3-bet from Woodley.
Woodley has a...
Jack could smell it.
Woodley has a double gut shot.
Woodley's got the 8-5 suited, and Jack can just smell it. Comes in with the 4-bet. Oh, boy.
Oh, now they're... Oh, that's such a bad turn card.
That's
now they're
so
chopping.
bad. They're chopping. Now Jack's actually at an equity
And he's getting
disadvantage.
free rolled by the clubs.
Man, what a brutal card.
He loses to king, queen, and queen 8.
Oh, and Jello's going, what
Yeah,
the
I
heck?
got
I just
the
flopped you
nuts.
dead.
Like I flopped the nuts, and now I'm getting free rolled here.
Got to fade a club. First one's a brick. Jello's getting part of this pot back.
Ooh.
Oh, no.
Straight
and-
flush. Oh, no, sorry, no.
No,
Jumped
almost.
the gun. Almost.
Wow.
That does hit a flush. Dang, that turned around real fast.
Yeah, what a spot.
Yeah. So he's getting quartered, 3/4.
Mm-hmm.
That's unlucky. That's a that's a sick B right there.
Yeah, especially when you get the soul read in pre-flop.
Yeah.
Feel that Woodley is light.
Yeah, 4-bet him. You have him dominated with 10-8 in your hand. Hard to be dominating your
Right.
opponent in a 4-bet pot with 10-8.
No doubt, no doubt.
And then flop the nuts, and then somehow the 10 of clubs comes on the turn, and it all turns around.
Ouchie. Ouchie. Oh, wrong one.
That's for Woodley. Sorry, Jello.
Sorry, Jello. That's a tough one.
But that's how poker goes. Just goes to show you there's a lot of luck involved, and the gambling is real.
Dude, what a turn card.
I know. It's crazy. That's the gin turn card, the 10 of
gin.
clubs. The only card in the deck that gives Woodley the straight and the redraw. I mean, he could have turned just club, any club for the draw, but
yeah,
only the 10 of clubs gives him the straight to chop and the redraw. Puts him at such a big advantage there.
Poker's a crazy game, Chris. It is a crazy game. You just see stuff like that. And what are the chances?
Yeah, but nice hand for Woodley. The gamble pays off. They were both gambling that time.
Not low turn for Jack. Says Flo Hold'em, and yep. That's exactly right. That's the one outer to give Woodley the chop / free roll. Poker Monkey says that's called riding the poker coaster. All right, I like that. The poker coaster.
Yeah. It's a good term.
What do you call that? A play on words, or?
Guess so.
Instead of a roller coaster, a poker coaster.
Yeah, it's a play on words. Poker sounds like roller.
A little bit.
Slides in nicely.
And I would say that is the coaster we are all on, Chris. All of you guys tuning in today, we're assuming you guys enjoy playing and watching some poker, and you've all felt what that is like when things are going so crazy, and that can be good or bad, but you're seeing so many low percentage things happen that you're saying, is this even possible? How can you bank so many small percentage things in a row?
And
it's crazy.
Jello getting an opportunity here potentially to make some money back.
No doubt. And of course, coming in with the sneaky limp again. Love it.
Limp jam.
Limp jams.
Marshall might pay this one.
Oh, and Marshall stepped in it. He may not be used to seeing the boys do that.
Stack's not too deep. It's 150 to call 350 more for Marshall. So I could see him just based on how he's been playing so far.
Yeah, and Marshall's probably
flicking it in there with a suited ace.
Yeah, so could I. And I bet he's kicking himself going, what on earth can this guy have other than really strong hands when he limps, gets raised, gets 3-bet, and then cold 4-bets. But I've also got over a third of his stack in the middle already. Or about a third, I guess. He does find it, yeah. Good guess, Chris. Good call. Jello says, let's rip it. I'm looking for a double up.
It's kind of dangerous.
Oh, my goodness.
Dang, Jello's running bad right now.
That's tough.
Ace King gets beat by the Ace 7.
That is tough.
It's okay. You're playing well, Jello. Can't. That's one thing in poker is you can't always control the outcome, no matter how good you're playing. All you can control is your own decision. And Frankie and Woodley both up over 1,000. So it's going well for them tonight.
Poor Jello. That's tough. 2 back-to-back pots right there, Chris. That is tough.
Yeah, let's see if he can recover from that and keep playing his best. It's tough when you get into those spots where you lose 2 big ones that you're expecting to win. You have the best hand, doesn't go your way. It's like, now how do you move forward from there? Can you fight back? Can you keep your cool?
I think he can. I think personally, Jello's mostly thinking about how that was a good spot. And he got in ace-king against ace-7, and then the poker gods do the rest.
That's right.
Little piece for both guys here. Clark flops the front door flush draw, and Frankie makes a pair. Goes check, check. I think this could be a spot for Frankie to see bet. Keep control of the pot, but he decides to check this time.
Yeah, I like mixing a hand like ace-4 here.
Nice, and I think if you are going to mix that, you definitely want to be prepared to continue.
Yeah, tough river card.
Yeah. Man, the next gen boy is taking some beats right here as the club rolls in, and Clark makes the goods.
And it's kind of tough to get away from potentially because, like, while some of the bluffs do get there, like the clubs, but other ones like straight draws miss. If he just had queen 9 or queen jack without the clubs, then be no good. It's also less likely for him to have a king now.
Well, when he bets twice the pot, I think Frankie's going to be able to get away here.
Yeah. I don't know. He might get suspicious.
Twice the pot, Chris. Why couldn't Clark
snap folded.
easily just have a king or a full house or a flush? Yeah.
He lets it go.
Clark hadn't really eliminated any of those good hands from his range because all he did was just check to the pre-flop aggressor on the flop.
I agree. Just saying, when you're sitting there and you can't see the cards, it's never easy.
Fair enough.
Yeah, get Jello a beer. He deserves one. Flo Hold'em says, and then you have to smile through the pain. Yes, I'm having so much fun. Yeah, I know that feeling. Especially when you're on stream with other people.
And the stream is named after you.
Yeah. But these guys can handle it.
Oh, yeah.
They're used to it. Some of us other poker players aren't always great at not showing our emotions. And they're all looking around.
Had some kind of little alarm go off there, guys. So we're gonna have the table chat down for just a second. Oh, looks like it's already fixed.
Tricky fish flopping the nut flush draw with the ace-6 of clubs. And Woodley coming along with some nice backdoor straight draw flush draw potential. Clark is out of there, and the 3 of clubs rolls in. So Tricky Fish has the nut flush and does block any straight flush potential, but doesn't matter.
Nope, no turn value there. Woodley's out of there, and Tricky Fish wins a small one.
Been playing so many mixed games. All I see now is lows, nice lows. That would have been a nice low right there.
And Chris, that is a perfect time to shout out / let's bring him into the booth for just a second. There we are. What's up, guys? This is Mr. Nick from Haslet House Poker and Mr. Chris with me here in the booth.
A little bright.
Yeah, it is a little bright. Let's see if we can. Ooh.
It's okay. Might not be able to.
There we go. Cool. And we'll mix that in as we go along here. Good to see you guys. Welcome in. 63 of you in the chat with us right now. And I was bringing it up, Chris, so we could invite these guys in on Tuesdays here. As Chris just mentioned, we are playing mixed games. That is Mixed Madness Tuesdays, where if you want to play some draw and stud games, we've got 2 full games going
Yeah.
for about 12 hours on Tuesday, and then one of
day.
the games ran for 2 days.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun, guys. We've
lot of
been every time I sit down and play poker now with somebody, I'm promoting the mixed game at Poker House.
No doubt.
Tuesdays, 1 p.m. goes all day. Come whenever you want to. Get on the list. You can check it out on Poker Atlas. And we play games like Badoogie, Deuce to 7 triple draw, some stud, some wacky Oma Jack, some drama ha. Pretty much anything you can think of, it's in there.
Yeah, and I think my favorite game, well, one of my new favorite games, I'll say, that we started playing recently. So we'll get back to the action here, but one of my favorite games that we started playing recently is called Raz Deucey, which is where you're playing, splitting the pot, trying to make the lowest cards you can for half of the pot, and then trying to make 4 different suited cards, a club, a spade, a diamond, and a heart for the other half of the pot.
Yeah, it's Badoosie in stud form.
Yeah, and you're playing it as a stud game. So that means you get to see other people's cards face up on the table to give you some idea of what they have. But half of their cards are going to be hidden by the end of the hand, 3 down and 4 of them up. So you get like a little bit more information about your opponent's hand without getting all of the information. And yeah, that's probably my favorite of the new games that we've been introduced to.
And
really
the stakes are 15-30, limit poker. So it's a really great environment to learn. Everybody's trying to help each other and figure out how to play. We're all new to the games. Great time to learn and play similarly to like a 1-3 or a small 2-5. Definitely can have some bigger swings if you're playing a lot of hands, but also, you know, because it's limit poker, you can definitely manage the variance.
Yeah, I've even thought, Chris, that if we have enough interest as the list continues to grow and we're getting more and more games going, that we could start an even smaller one if people want to just learn how to play the games.
Yeah.
Maybe something like in the 5-10 range where you're playing more like a game that's even smaller than a 1-2 no limit game.
Yeah.
And, you know, that'll give you an opportunity to just practice them and like learn the...
Not a bad idea.
Yeah, for sure. And then as people gain experience, if they want to hop into the 15-30, or we've even got a group here that is running larger games than that,
Yeah,
like 30-60 mix.
Yeah. Sometimes as big as 25-50. Oh, wait, that'd be small.
Sometimes as big as 5,100.
5,100.
Yeah. Sometimes as big as 5,100. But I think on Tuesdays, I would love to see us have a 5-10 for guys who are learning and just want to play small for fun, a 15-30 for those who are experienced enough to really be comfortable with how to play the games and want to battle a little bit, and then the 5,100 for the serious players.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
We got Knock in the booth, or in the chat. I'm sorry, we'll be in the booth next week, but we got Knock in the chat. Mixed Madness Tuesdays. That's right. Mixed Madness Tuesdays. You guys shout out in the chat and tell us what's your favorite non-Texas Hold'em poker game. If you say Omaha, then we'll accept it, but won't be pleased.
Yeah, the mixed games will include some Omaha variants like Dramaha and Congress and things like that. But remember, it's a limit betting game. Won't be the same as what you're used to if you're playing some pot limit Omaha. But mostly the games that drive the action are going to be the draw games and the stud games.
Yeah, I've really been enjoying the Dramaha as well.
Yeah,
That's fun.
Yeah, the board, the other variants definitely create more action.
Yeah, I'd say the 5,100 is a pretty good sized game. It's probably close to like a 10-20, something like that. Somewhere in between 5-10 and 10-20, no limit. Because the 15-30 is probably about like a 2-5. So 30-60 is getting, you know, around the range of a 5-10, and 5,100 is probably getting closer to 10-20. It's a pretty big game. Steven likes to play Old Maid. I haven't played Old Maid in a long time. Can't even really remember clearly what the rules are, but I think it's a drawing game from, you draw from your opponent's cards. Is that right?
I don't know if I've ever played that game.
I think you're drawing from your opponent's cards and trying to make pairs that you can discard, and then whoever's left with the odd card out loses the game.
We have Frankie limping here with ace queen off, and that gets royalty to raise his ace 10.
Mm-hmm.
Don't expect royalty to continue if Frankie squeezes, which I'm expecting he will after Woodley calls.
Definitely.
But who knows? We'll see. Just based on the way royalty's playing, I don't see him thinking that this is a good spot. He snap folds.
Yeah. And
Woodley
Woodley continues.
calls.
Here we go. I love it. And Frankie just wishing he had his 2 aces this time. Why does he have to have ace queen? Make this so much harder to play. Woodley's going to give him
this is a tough
trouble.
flop. Against a player like Woodley, I like the check. Nice. Good check, Frankie. I like checking back a lot of hands here, including value hands, especially a hand like ace queen that's not as value heavy. We make the ace. Just Woodley's so tricky, you know. If we see bet on a paired board with a lot going on, he could easily blow us off our hand.
Mm-hmm.
Now we have a easier time to navigate. And see if Woodley decides to continue or not. Sure,
This would be such a lose continue, but I never doubt him. Who knows what he might do.
Yeah.
He does let it go this time, and nice play from Frank. I like the whole hand.
Yeah. Good play. Keeps his momentum.
All right, so Chris, we got some responses here. We got
Look at Marshall's VPIP for a second.
Yeah, and Woodley.
56%.
Both of
Woodley
them.
52%.
off over 50.
Definitely driving the action.
So yeah, here in the chat, you want to check out some of these responses?
Oma Jack, nice. A lot of people have been saying they like Oma Jack. Favorite non-hold'em game, Deuce 7 single draw. We have that game too in the mix. It's single draw, no limit with a $300 cap. Really good game. Badoogie from Nocturnal.
Love Badoogie. Been enjoying that one a lot recently. That's the one we were just describing where you're trying to accumulate the 4 different suits. And when it's played as a game on its own and not a split pot game, you're only dealt 4 cards. And then you get to draw 3 times at trying to get the 4 different suits in your hand.
Yeah, and low. Trying to
Yeah,
go
and
low.
the lower the better. So if both of you have all 4 suits, then whoever's got the smaller cards, and you start from the top and work down.
Yeah, so ace, deuce, 3, 4 offsuit would, or 4 different suits would be the nut hand in that, in Badoogie. And then Badesi and Badusi play similarly. Well, not Badusi.
Got another interesting play from Woodley here, who 3-bets, gets defended, and then just shoves.
Dang, that is
Huge.
a huge shove.
It sure is, and it works. It actually drives Marshall off of a gut shot. So he did get him to fold a hand that had some equity against him, but also misses out on the value that was there.
Yeah, it'd be interesting if Marshall had a pair there. I want to see if Woodley can run into a higher part of someone else's range. If they make a giant call off against him.
All right, we got a couple of limps here. Jack's going to open limp the ace-3 suited, and my guess is that if he got a good squeeze spot, he'd probably consider this as a candidate for one of those squeeze bluffs. I think he wants to be capable of having some of those so that he can still get some respect, or excuse me, still get some calls whenever he's got the good hands. But it looks like this one actually just limps around.
Looks like they're prop betting a little bit on the color of the flop.
Nice.
Seen a red chip being tossed around a couple times. Fun little side game there. Marshall takes it down with top pair.
Alan Tay says his favorite game is Mahjong. Is that our Alan, Chris? 1-3 Alan from Winstar? I think his last name was Tay. That makes sense to me.
I don't know.
I believe it is. Confirm for us, Alan. Favorite game is Mahjong. That wouldn't surprise me either because Alan is like, he is just the best at meme content. Like subtle trolling.
Nice.
I love watching Alan work when he's at the table doing some subtle trolls of dealers / other players. It's a lot of fun to watch.
If that is you, Alan, we've been chatting several times about me playing mix. And you know I want you to come play with us. So jump in there.
Maybe we can put some Mahjong in the mix. Bring your tiles, Alan.
Poker Monkey reminding us that next gen boys, Jello and Frankie, will be in fact playing at the Hustler Live Casino on the Hustler live stream on Halloween night.
Is it Halloween night? Because he's suggesting here that it's the 29th. Is that a Monday? I think it is on Halloween night, Chris, which is the 31st of October, not the 29th.
Yeah, it's for Monday Madness.
What's it called? It's Max Payne Monday.
Max Payne Monday.
Yeah, they'll be playing Max Payne Monday, and they'll be in costume, I'm assuming, for Halloween night. So
I was stuck on the Mix Madness.
can't stop thinking about mixed games.
Yeah.
Don't blame you.
Yeah, Max Payne Monday, Hustler live stream. Rosie will be commentating that too. So fun experience for the guys. Tune in, show them your support, and watch them crush the 10, 20, 40 game.
And Poker Monkey correcting us. He did not say they were playing Hustler Livestream the 29th. He said they will be at Hustler Casino, meaning they have a meetup game there. So if you guys are interested in playing with the boys in California in the days leading up to their appearance on Hustler Livestream, which will be Halloween night, they're having a meetup game. I'm sure they would love to see you there. Have a great turnout. Get invited back by Hustler to play again. I know they're really looking forward to the opportunity. All right, and Woodley makes another monster play here, Chris. Back in the action. And is Marshall going to feel obligated to call? Woodley has done this about 6 or 7 times now.
Bet 30, jam for 2.3.
With the nuts. He's like not afraid. And did Marshall call? Marshall calls.
Drawing to a chop.
Oh my gosh.
Actually, not even drawing to. Oh, yeah. Well, he could chop with a 7, but not with a deuce. Dang, that's a bad spot for. That's a tough one for Marshall.
I gotta get some table chat on this one.
Dang, look at the reaction of the other players. Jello guessing his hand correctly. The players are shocked. Wow. And just like we were talking about, Woodley gets it done, jamming the nuts. The massive overbet.
Flop the set, flop the nuts. Have you had monsters on the other ones, or have any of them been bluffs? What? Have any of them been bluffs? Against you earlier? Yeah. You had a jack?
No, and Jello feels so much better hearing that. Man, poor Marshall.
Like I was saying, Woodley, you could just run good.
Decides to look up Woodley. And man, I gotta say, Woodley is fearless not only because of some of the plays he makes when he has nothing, but if I'm in that situation, even if I've made all of these light shoves leading up to this spot, I would be so afraid that the player's gonna fold a strong hand. That I'm like, I've got the nuts. You know how hard it is to flop the nut straight? Like, I don't want to risk losing him.
Yeah.
You know, like he shows me an overpair and then folds it or something.
I know. And now he's just stacking over $4,000 pot.
A huge pot.
And earlier he had how much? Like 350 or 500? I think it was 350, right?
Yeah, at one point I think he was down to around
350.
that. Yeah. when he doubled it with the Jack 10 offsuit.
That's
right?
awesome.
And now he's got a 5K stack.
I was talking to Woodley before the stream actually, and he mentioned being a little light on cash today, and may have to go home early. And now he's sitting with a 4K stack, running it up. And I told him he always runs good, and now he's proving it.
Now he's proving it. And
run good and play good. Good job, Woodley.
Ryan makes a raise here that I think he's probably regretting at this point. Now seeing Marshall just shove his short stack and kind of getting stuck in the middle here. He's now definitely regretting it when he sees Royalty 4-betting with the 2 kings.
Dang, that was such a crazy hand. Sort of missed the beginning of it.
This was the previous hand?
Yeah, the action happened so fast.
Yeah.
30 and then...
He's got 1,000 behind. He has 1,000.
Oh, Marshall's calling. So Marshall's calling the 4-bet and still has money behind.
Another 1,000. It looks like he's in for another 1,500, and he's already got a third of it out there with the ace-jack. Woodley trying to decide. When he picks it up like that, you got to think he's folding.
This could get expensive.
Yes, it could. Marshall needs to see an ace on that board.
Woodley has a really big hand, but showing good recognition, folding there versus Royalty. Just giving him credit for a real hand. Not wanting to gamble on that spot. Yeah, Woodley has 9X's by him.
So, looks like Royalty is going to be all in the dark. Oh, and he flops the ace.
No.
Marshall's going to snap call and maybe get a huge chunk of this.
Oh, it's the king. He still got to reach.
Oh, my gosh.
Man, he's had some crazy hands tonight.
Wow.
Wow, what a
Wow.
Just a king out of nowhere for a saving king for Royalty.
Gosh,
And
that's
another
agonizing.
brutal, yeah, another brutal pot for Marshall, back to back.
Look at all those green chips out there, Chris. Each one of those green chips is worth $25, and there is a pile of them in the middle right there. Marshall had, what, 95, almost 95% probably right there on that flop. Somewhere between 90 and 95. No good. No good. That is brutal, says Tim Everhart in the chat. Couldn't agree more, Tim. That is brutal.
Yeah, both ways. The ace was brutal and the king was brutal.
Oh, agonizing.
So many emotions during these hands.
Yeah, now I'm thinking Marshall's in the game for at least 4,500.
Is it that much?
He got stacked and then rebought for 15, lost that, and now rebought again. And I can't remember if there was some add-on in between there.
Be 35 if it was just that.
He's bought 15 each time.
Oh, okay. And now he wakes up with pocket aces.
Oh my goodness! And he's only got 300 in front of him.
I think he gave. I saw him give them cash. So
Okay.
Hopefully he's got some money behind this spot.
No doubt.
Royalty on the button. King 9 suited.
And Marshall's in the straddle with the aces.
There, yeah, he's got chips. He's got about 1,200 there. 15 maybe.
He raises it to 100.
It's like 13-ish.
He might earn himself some light action.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate for him. Woodley's got the 8 deuce off.
But he does get
Out of
called
there.
by Royalty in position. So we have another hand developing already. Marshall, 3 hands in a row.
Yeah. Oh, and it's a good board for Royalty.
Oh my goodness.
Marshall might get the money in
This
here.
has been a crazy live stream so far. Had some big hands. What are we going to see on the turn? Deuce.
It's a super brick.
Yeah. And Marshall's got the ace of diamonds. So if a diamond comes out, see what is Royalty going to do here? Does he let it go or does he continue?
It looks like from his body language he's
Yeah,
gonna fold.
honestly-
Oh my goodness.
That's a good result for Marshall. Personally, if I were in that spot, I might be tempted to call again with the king high flush draw against a player that just got stacked back to back and is now firing into me, because I'd feel like if I do hit my flush, I could get the whole stack.
Yeah, I might even be thinking I have the best hand sometimes.
Yeah, that's possible too. Maybe even just a king is good. Also, like if you hit that. But Marshall earns himself a medium pot, and I'm sure he's relieved. It's going to be a uphill fight.
But he stopped the bleeding, as they say.
Yeah. Now Ryan picking up 2 jacks in the small blind, and see what the action's going to be to him. Clark raising queen 9 suited. Pretty big re-raise here, 50 to 240. Almost 5x. And it's a third of Clark's stack, so he snap gets out of there, and Ryan wins himself a small little pre-flop pot. They're doing stand-up game again? Wow, these guys are troopers.
Yeah, here we go.
Round 2 of stand-up game. Love to see it.
Got Frank in the booth saying he feels nervous when all the players are standing around him. It's funny.
In the box.
What did I say in the booth? Sorry about that. Looks like we might have some more next gen on next gen action here.
Yeah, I got several pretty hands. Tricky fish also. Got Jack.
Rosie's gonna 3-bet here.
Jack opening the action. 10-8 suited. Right off the bat in stand-up game.
Really like this 3-bet from Rosie.
Yeah.
I feel like this is the perfect,
Good recognition.
perfect position, stack sizes, everything to do this with.
If I were Jello, I would just give Rosie credit for a good hand and probably dip out here.
Me too. But he decides to peel one off here. Maybe the stand-up game has something to do with that. And it might get a little dicey as they both have flopped a pair. Rosie's got the top pair. Jello with the second pair.
I like the sizing from Rosie.
I think Jello inside of his head right now is already questioning whether he should continue here, but is thinking, man, I flopped a
Just let out a
pair. I improved. Can I really just fold to one bet?
Oh, wow.
Whoa. Here we go. The 8 of hearts, just like we were saying earlier. How come it always comes the perfect card?
Crazy.
My goodness.
This really has been like the stream of dreams for commentators. The dream stream. Yeah, I mean, if I'm Rosie, I'm probably just betting again because I don't expect Jello to have too many 8x. You know, he could have some diamond draws. He can have some queen jack, some queen 10. Just even like ace jack or something, jack 10, jack 9, some gut shots. A lot of worse hands than king queen, but turns out that Jello has trip 8s. And how is he going to play this? I think probably just jamming now is the best play. A lot of possible action killers on the river. Yeah.
Oh, and Rosie hates it.
And he's never folding king queen of hearts.
definitely in front of me. How much is it?
605. Seven calls. What do you want to do?
I mean, I think we just had the whole talk about running at once, right? I think for the content, we should just run at once, even though.
One time, here we go. Good luck, good luck. I hate you both.
Heart.
Boom! Heart on the river. Oh my goodness.
Wow.
Wow.
The action just keeps going.
Oh man.
Gonna let that sink in for a minute.
Yeah, poor Jello.
Man, Woodley's up 4K. He's rocking it.
Oh
Yeah.
my goodness. What a hand. What a hand. The entire hand was interesting. Every
Yeah,
card.
no. And of course, like Jello hits the trip eights to put him in the lead, but also cost him his stack when Rosie improves to make the flush. Jello's not running great tonight, but some exciting hands.
Man, Jello has flopped that nut straight earlier.
Yeah,
And then
oh,
the
10-8 punished him twice. Both times. He's not gonna like 10-8 after tonight.
4 calls, 5 folds. 6 raised to 25, 7 folds. 8 raised to 105. 9 fold, 1 fold. 9 calls or fold? 9 fold, 1 fold, 2 calls. 4 folds. 1 fold.
This is kind of interesting. I'm not sure about this one. I haven't seen Ryan make a play like this before. I'm not even sure how this happened. I
think
believe Woodley was in the blind, wasn't he?
Is it possible that it was just a straddle and he raised the cutoff?
That is very possible. I'd still be a little surprised to see Ryan opening this, but it looks like he did.
Yeah. Stand-up game.
Stand-up game. Nice. Stand-up game. And all the excitement between Rosie and Jello, I forgot about the stand-up game.
Yeah, I think maybe that factored in also to Jello defending the 10-8 suited.
8 checks.
What does Woodley have? Pocket threes is good.
It looks like Ryan shows them there. Maybe that's like a little,
Advertising.
yeah, a little sneaky advertising play. I like that word. That's a good one.
Yeah.
And you hear him.
Yeah.
I want to clip some sound bites like that. When they do the stand-up game, we can just put on a little sound bite of Ryan going, I don't want to stand up. Love it. And I still remember from the first week we had a nice sound bite of Woodley. 3 streets of value, baby.
Yeah, it would be fun to get those sound bites in here. Tricky fish, waking up with a real hand.
Looks like Marshall had opened here blind. Gets 3-bet. Has to look. and fold. I don't think I have it in me, Chris, to do a lot of blind raising in Hold'em. It just feels so hard to get good cards. I'd much rather do some blind raising in a game like Omaha where it feels like you've always got a chance.
Yeah, it's hard to make a pair and hold them.
No doubt. It's just like you blind raise there, the guy 3-bets, and then you're like, okay, I got to look. Feels like almost every time I look down, I have a hand like 4-3 offsuit.
Yeah. Hard to make a starting hand and hold them, too.
Exactly.
7, 8, 9 fold. 1 calls. 2 calls. 3 calls.
Jeff G with a great idea in the chat there. Hit that like button, guys. We would love to see the momentum of the stream continue to grow. We're going to be here every single Sunday doing commentary and playing 2-5 cash games with a $1,500 cap with these 3 next-gen boys. And they're going to be rotating through the booth some too, I believe, and doing some commentary, but mostly playing. And if you are interested in playing in this game, all you have to do is join their Discord, which you can find on their Instagram. You can DM them on Instagram to get in, or follow the links in their YouTube videos. They have in the description box. You can find links to join all of that stuff. And if you guys get into the Discord, there is running chatter in there about hands being played and just general poker gossip. And then they also go to the Discord to get the players that they are going to invite in to play on this live stream. So if you want to play, that is available to you. These boys are also coming through here at Poker House of Dallas to play multiple times a week. Frankie's been playing Mixed Madness Tuesdays with us every week, which has been a lot of fun, and that's a great opportunity if you want to play with him. Jello's been coming through. Rosie's been coming through. Play some 1-2, 500 cap deep stack games. And we've been getting 2-5 going here multiple times a week. In fact, last night, Chris, the 2-5 game turned into a 5-10, turned into a 10-25. And then when we showed up today, there were still 2 players battling, including young Cris, who played in this live stream last week. He was here playing 25-50 heads up from the game that started last night. He's here 20 hours later still battling on the felt.
Yeah, that's epic.
That's epic. In a game that started as 2-5 and was now 10 times the stakes. And I heard it was going pretty well, too. Young Cris, legend in the making. Got to get him back on the stream.
Woodley has a pair of 5s and a spade draw. Tricky Fish with a pair of 5s and open-ended straight draw. Marshall with a pair of 5s. And no better pairs out there.
Yeah, 3 pairs of 5s.
Wow. Don't tell me he's going to fold. No. That would be very uncharacteristic.
Yeah, I think he's probably deciding if he wants to call or raise.
Yeah.
He does decide to call.
Just for a second there. And he hits the flush.
Yeah, all 3 pairs of 5s have made it to the river here. So is Woodley going to be able to squeeze any more money out of these guys?
Tricky Fish is,
He is.
turning his hand into a bluff.
No, he's got a one-liner to a straight, Chris.
Oh. The ace of spades. Wow, just hitting all the gin cards tonight on stream.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, no, exactly. Another gen card. Woodley just going to call with the small flush.
Yeah, versus that bet size,
Mm-hmm.
could consider a raise, but his flush is a small one.
Yeah, it's also a three-way pot, so he might have a little bit of concern that one of these other guys is
Don't blame
likely to
him.
have a bigger flush.
Yeah.
He calls and wins a nice sized pot there. We've got Flo Hold'em asking, where's the online action at these days, guys? And I'm going to say, Flo, if you want online action, check out plentyoffish.com. All the action you can handle.
Rosie limping in with the king jack of hearts. Guys are always taking tricky lines in various positions. This one's just going to limp around, so we get to see a cheap flop. And no one else really has too much of a hand. Clark with the queen five of spades flopping second pair.
Yeah, and you see Rosie actually has almost twice as much equity as Clark does, even though Clark has the better hand.
Yeah.
Rosie with that bottom pair and a draw.
Could potentially turn a hand like king jack into a raise there, because you're limping a strong range in early position. He's going to have the aces, queens, ace queen type of hands. Sometimes he blocks the ace jack, he blocks the king 10. Be creative. Can make some weak aces fold, but it does just go to the river.
Yeah, no, Marshall's going to take a stab at it with absolutely nothing. Clark, who has made the two pair, he's going to go for a raise.
It's fun.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he makes
Made two pair.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I was thinking he was going for a real thin value raise.
Still fairly thin. Pretty small size, 50 to 125. Trying to get looked up by an ace. But Marshall's got four high, so he's out of there.
Yeah, I think there's merit to raising king jack on the flop there when there's a bet of $10 and then several calls in a limped pot where, you know, people are going to expect you to have the strongest hands, and you know that they can't have, like, they're most likely not over limping you with the same strong hands. So might have been a fun spot there to get creative.
For sure. And I think it's also relevant that most of these players now recognize that the boys limp some strong hands.
Yeah, so you're making use of your image.
Exactly.
Got some
And
more,
your range.
got some more big hands here.
Yeah, we got Marshall driving the action again as it goes open over what I'm assuming was a straddle. It's really Ryan. Did he just open to 60 over a $5 blind? Maybe he did. Looks like it. Which, honestly, I don't mind that strategy. It seems like he's kind of just said, forget the blinds. I'm not raising in multiples of that. I'm raising based on stack sizes.
Frankie betting
Oh,
$1,000.
baby. Here we go.
Cold 4-bet to $1,000
Yeah,
with
and
ace queen suited.
It's a great spot.
He has the best hand.
He's got Marshall, who he knows is
Just a
tilted. He's
big-
got Woodley cold calling with 9-5.
yeah.
And
I like
he just
it. And they're 3K deep. Wow.
puts him in the bear trap. I love it, Frankie. What a spot. Just totally fearless, too. It just puts the black stack out there. That's 10 black chips, guys. $1,000. And now Woodley.
Woodley just loves to battle, especially against the next gen guys.
And Chris, there was $500 of dead money in that pot. And now Frankie, for only a 5x sizing, which is very reasonable sizing here, is getting to put a ton of pressure.
Yeah.
But Woodley is still thinking about it. He is not just he's not just saying, "Okay, Frankie, you got me one time." He's not going to let him have a single pot without a fight.
Yeah, he's just debating if it's worth it to him to call and try to flop a big hand. Maybe he's even thinking about reshipping it.
Could he folds?
Frankie shows them.
Maybe Woodley was thinking Frankie might be a little light there because of the stand-up game and wanted to make a move. But he wasn't. That was a great play from Frankie right there. I like that a lot.
Yeah, great play, Frankie.
Yeah, and I like the sizing. I think it would be really easy to convince yourself to go a little smaller just
Yeah.
because it's a 4-bet and
Yeah.
it feels like a lot. When Ryan opens to 60, 200, 200, those numbers are pretty big for a 2-5 game.
And
Maybe
we're in position.
So maybe you feel like you might want to sneak that sizing down to 600, 700, something like that. But I think with ace queen and then the stack size is behind, you're really happy to get folds and scoop the 500 bucks if you can.
Definitely, and just put max pressure.
Exactly. And if you do get defended, then that's still okay. You got a very playable hand.
Like another 800 for Woodley to call versus like another 500.
Yeah, exactly. And with him tanking that long at the 1,000 price, you got to think he was in there if you go smaller.
Snap sticking in a stack of greens.
Got something with the graphics here because Marshall's definitely not all in for 77.
Yeah, they haven't updated his stack.
Looks like he's got another 800 or 900 behind there. Woodley turns some backdoor equity here and uses it to blast these other guys off their hands. Blast Ryan off the best hand. Scoops a mid-sized pot there. Checking out our V-pips here. We're going to have some statistics rotating through for you guys. That's V-pip, pre-flop raise, pre-flop aggression. Oh, not aggression pre-flop. I'm sorry. That's just aggression frequency in general, which I believe would be an indicator of what percentage of the time the player takes an aggressive action by betting or raising when given the opportunity, as opposed to a passive action. There in the back, doing the action tracker, we got Min sitting on that stool up there chatting with Frankie. Appreciate his help as he's putting in all this action for us. And I would say this week it's been much better in terms of the accuracy on the action tracker, and we appreciate that.
Agreed.
Makes it a lot easier here in the booth to follow what's happening and report the action to you.
Yeah, I really like how they have the under the gun / straddle and +1 / straddle. Makes it very straightforward what's going on.
No doubt. Totally agree with you there. It's kind of a whiffy flop for everybody. Rosie's the only one with a pair, and it's very small. And he locks up having the best hand here if he can get to showdown. I don't know if he's going to be able to, though. As Tricky Fish puts in a little bet. He's got that ace of diamonds blocker. And Marshall calls with just ace high to try and sit down. And it's good. His kicker beats Evan's ace high. That's Tricky Fish, Evan.
That's fun.
And that's fun. What a call. Rosie folds the best hand. And Marshall, by the power of being last to act and closing the action, able to make the hero call. Jeff saying the action tracker on this stream is the best he's seen. I agree with you, Jeff. It's going well. I haven't really noticed any mistakes in the action. Very few, anyway. Got those pictures up next to the names of each player. I really like that part, too. Gives you an idea of who is who, especially if this is your first time joining the stream and you're not familiar with these guys yet. And if that is you, you're going to see a recurring cast of characters here. Mr. Woodley makes frequent appearances on this stream. Of course, the boys, Frankie, Rosie, Angelo, wearing those next-gen shirts. And we've got some more action here.
Yeah, it looks like 20.
I think this was a triple straddle, Chris. 10, 20, 40.
Clark has queens in the triple
The
straddle.
triple straddle. Wow.
Rosie opens to 85.
Mm-hmm. And is not going to get to see this flop,
Yeah,
if I had to guess. Yeah.
Jams.
He's out of here, and Woodley will be out of here too. And
Maybe.
you're right.
Dude, I'm hoping that Frankie and Willie play a big pot with those stacks. Each 4K deep. Woodley hasn't folded yet with the 8-5. Thinking about giving
Look
him
at
a light call.
Yeah.
I wonder what he's thinking about.
Stroking the beard. 8 and a 5. What are my
He's
chances?
in for 85, so he
Only,
must be thinking about his price.
only 600 more. 600 to win 900. It is something to consider, I guess.
Does give it up.
Yep.
Always entertaining.
This stand-up game seems like it's progressing a little more slowly.
Yeah, which we'd love to see.
Yeah.
Because the longer they stand, the more action
Yeah.
we get to watch.
Looks like we got 3 remaining.
Man, this stream has had some monster hands.
Yeah, no doubt.
Big coolers, big setups,
It's been fun to sweat.
multiple gin cards. A lot of back and forth.
I got a feeling we're going to be seeing a 10-8 versus King-Queen hand making its way into the vlog in coming episodes.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Ooh. And this is a double straddle, triple straddle.
Nice. Jeff,
And Ryan picks up the AA.
Jeff giving us a compliment saying, no lie, even compared to big streams, this is most info I've seen and instant. Referring to the action tracker. So we appreciate that, Jeff.
Nice. And Ryan,
Working hard to keep things smooth here.
he takes it down, doesn't win a very big pot, but is able to sit down and scoop a small one. I mean, anytime there's a triple straddle out there, there's something in the pot. So here that would be 2, 5, 10, 20, 40. So the triple straddle itself is 8 big blinds relative to the normal size of the game. And that would be 14 extra big blinds in there in total from the straddles, when typically there's only 1.5. So pretty enormous difference in stack sizes at that point.
Yeah, definitely. And Clark has queens again in the straddle. in the first straddle, I guess. It's, yeah, in the 10, 20, 40. Oh, and we have Tricky Fish with Ace King, so most likely both of these hands are just going to go in the middle.
I think so. I think
The
we're going to
stack
see that money in the middle.
Same hand, same move.
Yeah, and this one is a double. Oh, no, it was a triple straddle as well. Maybe they're playing an entire round of triple straddles. Looks like Marshall had tried to limp in with the King 6 offsuit. Gets blasted off of it, and Clark's all in.
Surprise. Tricky Fish hasn't snap called.
Yeah, I'm wondering if he did snap call, and we haven't quite caught up. Oh, there it is.
He
Okay.
just calls.
He was seeing the count. That's reasonable. And we got a 2K pot again here, boys. This one's going to be a flip. Who is it? 1 in the chat for Clark, 2 for Tricky Fish.
This is like, what, 20-something big blinds? 23, 24?
Boom, boom.
125 bigs.
Queen's still good. Queen's still good. And oh, ace on the river.
Barry Greenstein, shout out.
And looks like they're ripping it twice.
Good flop for queens. Makes the straight.
Okay, we're going to be chopping this one up.
Queen would have been really spicy.
Oh, yeah. That would have been painful. Jeff and Flo giving us some ones for Clark. Unfortunately, you guys were wrong. It was a 1 and a 2. But I believe it was the 2 first. I think Clark scooped the second one. Evan scooped the first one. We've got 2 players remaining standing here. That's Jello.
Jello and Royalty.
Who actually, I believe his name is Tom. That's him there in the 6th seat with the backwards cap on.
Does he have 2 watches on?
He does have 2 watches on there, Chris. That is a very...
Double watch.
Yeah, interesting fashion statement. Looks like he's got the electronic watch and the old school.
Yeah, the Apple and the...
I don't think I've seen that one before.
Now Jello picking up queens in
Here
this
we
battle.
go.
Easy decision.
It looks like he just rips it in. I don't know if that was an easy decision. Feels like he could have chosen a different sizing there.
Oh yeah, it was just limped for 40.
I think it was 40-40 all in for 420.
He's gonna let Marshall pick a card. This might get Marshall to call, actually. I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's interesting. Seeing the queen might make him feel a little more inclined to call, but having Jello like outright offer to show him a card might make him more wary too. But it looks like he has not decided that Jello has queens for sure.
I don't know. This is a funny spot. Like, could have queen jack. I mean, we lose to ace queen and queens, obviously. Chop with king queen. Oh, what the heck? I thought Marshall had king queen.
Marshall's got 3 deuce.
I wasn't even. Someone else had king queen, and that's what I was locked in on. Got a big screen here, guys.
We're thinking about making a light call there.
I was just looking at Marshall. Okay.
Oh, that's funny.
Totally different. Yeah, I was thinking if you have king queen and you get shown the queen.
Sure.
Then
that's interesting.
It's an interesting spot.
But I think I would still find the fold because I would find it pretty likely he's got ace queen or queen queen.
Yeah, you're just dominated. Or the same hand.
And with that, Jello is able to sit down, avoid losing the stand-up game, and Tom is going to have to take the L on that one.
Yeah, I'm with you actually on maybe just going like 120 there. And like making it like 80 more, getting 1 or 2 calls with queens, and then setting up a SPR of 1 with such a big hand.
Sure. I can see maybe slightly larger than 120, but less than all in. But yeah, anything in that range could make sense, you know. Just kind of sad whenever you...
Or 140.
Yeah, shove it all in and get folds. Yeah. But on the other hand, if Marshall's sitting there in the tank with the 3 deuce, then you're probably getting pretty light action and, you know, you're avoiding those situations where you raise to that 150 and then get bad boards.
Yeah.
You know. Something to be said for both options. And also maybe you're going to earn yourself a little lighter action because of the stand-up game, and it almost worked. And he still won over $100 without seeing a flop, so can't complain about that either. That's about 20% of his stack.
Clark flopping a straight flush draw here.
Marshall flopping a pair, and that is a pure coin flip, you see. 50-50.
It's funny.
A bet and a
7
call.
is the out. 7 blocking one of the Clark's outs.
Mm.
Pretty good card for 7-4 here.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, but Clark takes it down.
Yeah, makes an aggressive play there, and Marshall kind of snap folds.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not surprised when I see his cards, but I'm a little surprised just from seeing how he's played other cards.
Yeah, I think probably a lot of that just had to do with the fact that he was up against Clark.
No doubt.
So Clark making use there of his tighter image and makes a nice semi-bluff to win that hand.
I'm a little surprised to see that Marshall has the Cowboys hoodie on too, because he came in wearing a Chiefs jersey. Took off the Chiefs jersey. There it is on the back of the chair. Patrick Mahomes posts that up on the chair and reveals the Cowboys hoodie. I didn't see what happened in the Chiefs game. Maybe that's part of the reason.
Marshall flopping 2 pair and flop checks through and the turn checks through. Playing this one tricky. Now goes for a river bet. Everyone folds, so unfortunate for him to not get any action.
Unfortunate turn card for him too. Feels like Marshall's having a hard time catching a break right now. But when you're in a lot of pots, it can happen fast in either direction. So we've seen him take a couple of tough beats, but you never know. Just like with Woodley. 1 second he's got 500, the next second he's got 5,000.
That's right. And it seems like Marshall is staying pretty upbeat.
Yeah, definitely.
Has a good personality.
See down there on the bottom of the screen, it says contact us on Facebook, Twitter, or Instagram to play on the next live stream. That's the Next Gen boys sending that message out. So if you want to play, get in contact with them via those social media accounts. Just hit them in the DMs on Instagram. What do they say? Slide into those DMs if you want to slide onto this live stream.
Yeah, you might get a chance to play with Nick or myself also.
Looks like they're talking about a deal here. Let's listen in. So some pretty light action both ways.
Okay. King 10 versus Ace 3. All in pre-flop.
Was this a double straddle or triple straddle again?
Action game.
That might have been why Ryan decided to open to 200 there, and then Marshall just shoving the 600. That would make more sense. They go first run out.
Ace 3 holds.
Yeah. Ryan holds, and let's get some luck for Marshall here. He does flop a king. Can he fade?
Oh. That one hurts. Ace 3 is going to be good for the scoop. And that might be... I don't want to count him out too soon. Standing up. It's been a tough game for Marshall. They already... Down probably about 5K, maybe more. And I'm not sure if he's going to come back in or not. Unlucky run.
Yeah, that's tough. That is tough. And that spot right there specifically, too. Once you get into a situation where you've got the double and triple straddles on and you've only got a few $100s in the stack, it doesn't go very far. Looked like Marshall had about 600 there, so that was only about 15 big blinds. Flo Hold'em saying they just straight up deleted him. Yeah, savage.
I know.
GG.
I was trying to see what the winning. That comment got me.
GG.
Delete.
Bad flop for everybody here. Now Woodley's going to bet, probably thinking he's got the best hand a lot. Little protection, maybe some value occasionally by a smaller pocket pair, some diamonds. King 10 type of hand. Oh, and he drills it on the end. He had been value owning himself on there on the turn. Against Clark's 2 jacks, but he drills it. And he's just all in.
Yeah.
Looks like he bet about 4 times the
Clark
pot
folds.
there.
Makes a good fold. Gets shown the river 8.
Wow.
River set.
Another sneaky, sneaky play right there by Woodley.
Yeah.
Clark didn't have the goods that time, but I bet if he had an ace, he would be tempted.
Or definitely with the queen.
Yeah, definitely with a queen, which I'm sure is what Woodley is targeting and hoping for. And maybe that's something I need to add more into my game, Chris, is just the, I got there, let's go 4x pot and see if this guy calls for all of it.
Yeah, I was thinking about that too. When I saw him jam the 7-5 from 30 to 2.2K and get called by 6-5, I was like, whew, it's possible. That's how you run up a big stack.
Armand asking about Eli Manning in the 5 seat. That's actually Chad Powers. Chad Powers there in the 5 seat.
I'm excited to play poker again, Nick.
No doubt.
Feel a lot of new things coming into my game.
Nice. Couldn't agree more, Chris. I'm looking forward to it also. Expecting to play several times this week. Especially here on Tuesdays for Mixed Madness Tuesday at Poker House of Dallas.
Yeah, such a great way to start the week. Just mix games. Jello having pocket queens here on the jack high flop. It's a good spot for him. 250 in the pot. Tricky Fish has a gut shot, and Woodley has top pair. Woodley jams. Jello snap calls.
Let's run it once.
A little fear in his voice there. A little hesitation.
And brick. Much needed for Jello, who is going to scoop
Nice hand, Jello.
a $1.2 thousand pot. And as Jeff is saying right now in the chat, Texas Poker is lit, and you get a little used to seeing $1,000, $1,500, $2,000 pot almost every pot.
Yeah.
So you kind of get used to it, but that is a sweet score for Jello, who has had a rough time leading up to this point.
Yeah, and it's true. All the streams are in Texas. Definitely LA also, but Texas is up and coming and has a lot of poker action. Up and coming in regards to poker live streams. It's always been a great place to gamble.
No doubt, guys, and we are looking to improve our live stream every single week. So if you have any ideas or suggestions and want to drop those in the chat, we are always reviewing those. Right now, with the size of the stream, we still get to see every single comment that gets left, every single thing written in the chat box. And we are constantly keeping an eye on that. So
Royalty making a tricky limp now with 2 jacks
Look at
and
that.
gets Rosie to raise with 8-7 suited. Woodley never folding a king in his hand. King 3 off is in there.
And Royalty,
Wow.
I was curious, honestly. I thought this might happen, Chris.
Just calls.
Yeah, just the sizing. I think 65, maybe he just, and especially with it being against Rosie, who he knows is a aggressive or a tight aggressive player. And then looks like we got Mr. Marshall back in the mix, and he is not even in the action tracker yet. So he's got a sneaky hand here.
Oh, Marshall's in the hand?
Marshall is in the hand.
Are you sure?
I'm pretty sure he's in the small blind
Those
right here and
look
just
like the
called.
Folded. Those look like the dead. Oh, you're right. Marshall, what could he have? Rosie. It's a flop where I don't blame him for checking back 4 ways. Definitely could consider just betting there. Now I would check again possibly, but also can bet your 8, try to deny some equity. It can go either way. If I'm Rosie on this turn card, I would just be thinking probably my opponents aren't going to give me credit for an ace very often when I check the flop. So now I want to take off. I want to check one more street and try to get closer to showdown and possibly bluff catch river.
I'm with you. I do think that the opponents probably logically know that Rosie could check an ace here, but they don't want to give him credit for that. You just want to make that hero call whenever he checks back the flop.
Yeah. I wouldn't mind. I think a hand like 8-7 on the flop is kind of a nice candidate for c-betting when you have outs to improve and you can rep a strong range already, being the pre-flop aggressor.
Woodley folds. He
Sounds
does
like
spend quite a
Marshall.
bit of time thinking
I
there.
think Marshall, I think the action was on Marshall and he calls.
You're right. Look at that. And then Royalty just folds because of it.
Yeah.
I bet he would have
No,
continued
he
if
hasn't
Marshall
folded
wasn't.
yet. The action tracker's not up to date yet. Royalty still has his hand.
I'm with you.
Woodley folded. But it is a tough spot to overcall with 2 jacks.
No doubt.
And now I think he did fold.
Yeah. And I think he would have continued there if Marshall wasn't in the hand.
Yeah. This might work out for Rosie if Marshall has something like 2 clubs.
Check, check.
No, he was trapping.
Yeah, he snap flips it over. It looks like that's an ace.
Yeah.
Can't see what the other one is. But
Nice hand to Marshall.
yeah, no doubt. And I feel
Some
like,
rebound.
yeah, I think Rosie played that hand pretty well, though. After he checks back the flop, even though I agree with you with the sentiment that, you know, that might be more of a reason to, like, not bluff, for example, because your opponent thinks that it's less likely for you to have an ace. But when you have, like, a medium strength hand like the 8, I think it makes a lot of sense to not give him another freebie and go ahead and bet to protect your hand.
For sure, and it's less likely they have an ace when it pairs, so totally reasonable to bet the turn there.
And you would think Marshall and Woodley would be very likely to be leading out if they had an ace.
Yeah.
And Royalty had limp called. So probably Rosie thinks that if he does have an ace, that it's mostly going to be the weaker ones. I bet he definitely wasn't expecting him to have a hand like 2 jacks right there. Will asking, has anyone folded ace queen suited to a single 3-bet yet? I haven't even seen anyone fold ace-queen offsuit to a single 3-bet. Frankie was in here battling last night. He was actually a part of that game that we were mentioning earlier, the 2-5, which ran on stream for 4 hours. Then after stream turned into a 5-10, a 10-20, and then a 25-50, which is what they were playing when we came in today. And Frankie had been a part of that game last night when it was turning into the 10-20, and then I think he was probably leaving around the time that it was getting bumped up again. Said he played till about 5 in the morning, battling in the 10-20 streets. So epic night for him. And then had to be back here today for the stream, and it's going well for him too. It feels like it's been a little bit slow of late, but he started really strong, and I believe he's one of the biggest winners in the game.
Yeah, and I think he's playing really, really well tonight. Seems focused, seems engaged.
And Will looks like he's enjoying the pre-flop strategy that we're seeing going on here between these players. And I couldn't agree more. Will, it is next gen. Seeing a lot of just a lot of mixing on the lines with strong and mediocre hands from both the boys, Frankie, Jello, and Rosie, who do or have done quite a bit of limping and trapping, and then back raise squeezing. And then also from some of the other players in the game. We just saw limp and then a call versus a really large raise with 2 jacks. We've seen Woodley make some tricky plays. Marshall make some tricky plays. We just saw Ryan and Marshall get it in very light because of the triple straddle dynamic. We haven't seen a Canes appearance tonight. A little disappointed about that.
Don't get me thinking about food, Nick.
I'm already thinking about it.
I've been hungry for hours.
Every single week so far, we've seen an appearance from Canes, and it's actually grown each time. Last week, almost everyone on the table was eating Canes.
That was fun. It's like a little birthday party.
No doubt. No Canes in the booth, but that's all right.
We have 4 players up right around 1,000 or more. Very impressive. Big game tonight.
It has been a big game tonight.
Marshall is the big loser at down 5.6K right now. Hoping he can get some of that back.
I would love to see Marshall make a comeback here in the last hour or so. Looks like we got about 45 minutes actually left of the stream here, guys, and appreciate y'all being with us. We've had a steady audience the entire night. Hope y'all are enjoying the stream as much as we are. We're enjoying commentating it for you. Flo saying he's getting some empathy from the Waffle House employees over his bad beat stories.
It's nice of them.
Yeah, no doubt.
Don't come to me with your bad beat stories.
I would think that someone who doesn't play poker, if you can catch their attention for a minute, could relish a bad beat story with you. Sure, to them it seems pretty ridiculous the amount of money that people are playing cards for. I remember before I was really deep into the poker community thinking that it was pretty crazy how much money people were willing to play for. You kind of grow into the idea and start to normalize it.
Yeah, you get used to the swings, and then you kind of forget how it compares to monetary value in real life.
That Woodley is up the average, 2 months worth of salary?
Yeah, small, like a cheap car right there.
Yeah, exactly.
Very cheap car.
Hope you left that Waffle House employee a very large tip.
If you had any money left after that bad beat.
Yeah, at least had enough for a Grand Slam breakfast. Marshall opens. Seems he has not been dissuaded from doing some light opening. He's got the ace-7 offsuit here from the low jack.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised we haven't seen a few more of these Marshall versus Woodley battles with how close they are in position and how much action they're both giving. But finally we get one. Heads up, ace high versus 4 high. Thought for a second there he made a straight, but no good.
Does have an open ender though.
Not yet. Ace comes in. Marshall, he goes for the lead.
Yeah, Marshall's getting to showdown here, I think, and that's going to be great for him.
I was going to say if he checked, then Woodley probably is always betting that river card.
I agree with you there. I'm sure he is really happy to just be scooping in a moderate-sized pot, though. Jeff's saying that got a good stream going here, and we deserve 10 times the viewers. You know what, Jeff? I couldn't agree with you more. Why don't you guys do something about that and hit that share and subscribe button for us. We're going to be here every Sunday. And we like interacting with the chat, actually. I'm having a good time with that part of this. And this is the first time here in these last few weeks that me or Cris have ever done commentary before, and honestly, it's a lot of fun.
Yeah, we enjoy it. And we appreciate all the feedback, good and bad.
And it's not nearly as stressful as I thought it was going to be. Whenever we were first being introduced to the equipment and then thinking about the idea of doing this for 4 hours straight and even doing some practice reps, you know, we pull up some YouTube videos of past streams and then try to practice commentating on them for a few minutes just to see how the flow was. It felt like it was going to be pretty challenging, but once you get here in the booth, it actually is not as hard as you think. You're just hanging out with a bud and talking poker for a few hours.
Yeah, and here we get another fun turn card. Marshall making top pair and Clark turning the open-ended and does get there. Makes Broadway on the river. And that's more bad news for Marshall, who checks it over.
Can he get away?
Is this an overbet?
Yeah, this is an overbet. So there's a...
Or pot? Yeah, overbet.
Oh, Marshall, he is just snap in there.
Yeah.
I mean, he could smell that Clark was drawing, but didn't sniff out that he had gotten there this time.
Yeah.
There was a few other draws available, like the Queen 9 or the 9-8. Those were some possibilities, and Marshall trying to catch him bluffing. I don't know if Clark is the first guy I'd be wanting to bluff catch against. Seems like he's played really solid tonight.
Yeah, and the ace definitely scary card. It bring any nut flush now has top pair, and obviously king queen gets there making Broadway. So just some more tough luck for Marshall.
Yeah, I'm wondering if there was a part of him there that was just thinking about trying to get closer to unstuck when he was making that call, instead of thinking about whether it was really a good call or not. And maybe he still would have made the same decision, but it didn't seem like he put too much thought in it. It was kind of a snap call there. He's in there again. Another very playable hand and a nutted flop for him.
Big flop.
Yeah, but Tricky Fish has outflopped him. He's going to have to improve, and he does have those clubs. He does have a backdoor straight draw. But he is at an equity disadvantage. You see those percentages over there next to their name. He's only got a 37% chance to win this hand, even with the top pair and the flush draw.
Get a light call from Royalty here with the gut shot.
And then Marshall decides to turn his hand into sort of a merge play here. Can still get called by some worse hands. It's definitely not a pure value bet though. You're kind of just betting your equity in the pot.
Do you ever consider 3-betting here if you're tricky fish versus a player like Marshall who's given a lot of action? And
oh, he gets there one time.
It's good for Marshall.
Yeah, and tricky fish is drawing dead, but it's going to be hard for him to get away from this
huge
hand.
Shove. Oh.
No, he bets.
Thought I heard all in. But yeah, I like this bet size better.
Yeah, and tricky fish is a educated player. You can tell he plays a lot, and I know he's paying attention to how Marshall's been playing. It's just hard for me to imagine him getting away from a hand this strong.
Yeah. Yeah, it feels like Marshall could have a variety of hands still.
And he's getting a great price here. It's going to be $450 to win 1.3 thousand, so almost 3 to 1 on his money, which means he only needs to be right, guys, about 25% of the time. And knowing Marshall and seeing how he's played, I feel like he's earned this call right here tonight. Tricky Fish has got to think he's good, at least that 25%.
Gets called. Marshall scooping a healthy pot.
Very healthy.
Getting himself out of the hole, or starting the climb out of the hole.
Yeah, that's a $1.8 thousand pot. Chris, that money just goes in so fast.
Yeah, it does. Good for Marshall.
No doubt.
Nice to see him.
Man, that's like a sigh of relief for him.
Yeah, recovering some chips, winning a nice pot. Get a little momentum.
For sure, and he's still got 30 minutes here. Anything can happen, Chris. If he gets one double through Woodley or Frankie, then his whole night is turned around.
That's true. Yeah, these 1500 cap games are really fun to watch because when they start putting the straddles on and one or two players go bust and rebuy, all of a sudden we have some deep stacks and some deep no limit hold'em, and it's not plays bigger than your average 2-5 game. And this game has been off the chain.
Rounder giving some strat advice there, saying you should see how fast Marshall just snap shoved on the river and noticed that he didn't even seem to care about the river card, meaning his hand was probably already made. And I agree with you, Rounder, just from the perspective that, like, in isolation, that logic makes really good sense. But just from some of the plays that I've seen, getting that price, it's going to be hard for me to fold a king-queen right there.
Yeah. Rounder agreeing with you there. It's tough to fold top pair versus a loose player.
All right, we do have a pot between the two boys we just mentioned. Don't know how big this one's going to get. Woodley doesn't have anything, and Marshall's got bottom pair. Marshall makes two excellent value bets. Did he check dark right there? I think he might have checked dark on the end and cost himself a value betting opportunity. I don't know if Woodley would have called with the ace high, but he did call twice, and Marshall went really small for value twice with the bottom pair, bad kicker, and I love it. He got Woodley to call not only with a draw, which of course Woodley's going to be continuing with quite a few drawing hands, but just pure ace high, no backdoor equity. Just called him down twice with ace high, hoping it was good. And
yeah, these guys are here to play and make some moves against each other.
No doubt. Jeff saying you guys need to hit the like button. No doubt. And Flo Hold'em saying that the Waffle House employee is his part-time poker therapist. So it sounds like this is a recurring relationship. Glad you found someone, Jeff. I mean, I'm sorry. What was his name? flow hold'em. I'm glad you found someone that you can relate to. I actually at one point had a similar situation with a awesome lady who worked at IHOP, and I would go there every week to eat and just chit chat with her because I thought her perspective on life was so refreshing. She had a tough job, tough life, told me about it, and still was just in the best mood every day. Every time I saw her, she was just beaming ear to ear. And I thought, if someone can have this many challenges and keep such a bright perspective, then there's something to be learned there, that's for sure.
I agree completely, Nick. I think perspective plays a big role in our lives. Marshall's scooping a pot with his favorite hand. And he's been quite the action player tonight.
Got Mr. Bryan in the box there dealing. A little bit of a local poker legend here. Used to play with him at WinStar a lot, and I know he's got a lot of experience playing and dealing. Does a good job. I think his sister works here as well. Jack is going to bump it up with the 2 5s. I think we're going to go 5 ways here. Unless Woodley decides to squeeze it, which he is. Man, I was wondering when I saw Jello do this, just because they typically limp these hands, I was like, what's going to happen when he decides to come in with the raise one time with these crazy guys behind him? And they do punish him. Both of them are in there. We got
Yeah,
Marshall
it's almost
calling
like
and
they're stronger when they limp, and then when they raise, they don't have a big hand. Is what
this is the low jack, so I
is,
definitely think that
no,
you
I
can
know.
have
I'm
both. But
saying is what Woodley could be thinking.
And Jack feeling like he can peel one off here and take a flop. And we're going heads up. This one's going to be really interesting.
Yeah, I think Jello's thinking, if I just hit my 5, it's possible that Woodley just overbet jams.
Yeah, no doubt.
Anything.
Oh.
Ooh, this is going to be a tough spot, actually, if
is.
Woodley does go for the jam here, which very well he might. See, this is
2.5x the pot. You almost expect it.
yeah. These are the kind of spots too where I was saying before, like,
Not this time.
surprised
He
doesn't
knows.
jam on this board.
He knows.
I think it might. Honestly, he could have got nice.
Oh, Jello.
Good fold, Jello.
Good fold,
I
Jello.
was curious to see if he's gonna like have the plan of just trying to set mine, or if he might go for some hero calls because he knows Woodley's playing. Could have any 2 cards at any time, and if Woodley did jam there,
It's a tough spot.
yeah, it's not a clear
I
decision.
think I would fold pretty clearly for the jam. We just have a lot of better hands. I mean, we opened a 30 and then called a 3-bet.
Yeah,
So
we do have better hands, but also like we have a pair, and he could have lots of, 2 overcards that miss.
well, maybe. We don't really know that. We haven't. I don't think I've seen him make that super overbet jam with a hand like that yet. I don't really know what he's doing. Definitely against that bet sizing specifically right there, I think that was a really tough spot.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah. The shove, I'm just like, okay, whatever. You can have it. Even though I agree with you, it does feel very painful knowing you might be folding the best hand.
Yeah.
But like even those hands that you do have the best hand against, a lot of them still have quite a bit of equity against you. So I don't mind folding if it's 2.5x the pot. But when it's half the pot or 2/3 of the pot, Ugh. Gross. But Jello very wisely and shows great discipline to get away from that.
Yeah, just decides it's not worth it right there. Already losing on the night and no idea where I'm at, so just going to let it go and not put any more money into this pot. Turns out to be a good fold this time.
Yeah, he might have been wishing that he had limped that one along with his other candidates that he's been limping, and see that flop a lot cheaper, and then you might be able to float some when you got a lot more money behind.
Got another juicy board.
Yes, we do.
Clark
What a
with
turn card.
Open-ended and Marshall with bottom or third set.
My gosh, guys, hit the like button for all of these crazy turn
Just
cards.
jams all in. I don't think Clark's going to pay this one off.
I don't think so either.
But it's pretty unfortunate when you turn open-ended and then make a bet and then get jammed on.
And I don't mind this shove by Marshall, even though it's pretty big.
Yeah, wet board.
And there's a lot of money out there. There's about $500, and Clark's got about $900. He bet 150, so it's a pretty sizable raise. But with, yeah, exactly like you said, so many possibilities of big draws out there.
A lot of hands I could call. Ace Jack, King Jack, Queen Jack.
Yep.
Jack 10, Queen 10 even. King 10 maybe. Diamonds.
And a lot of those, like a Jack Queen, just as an example, have quite a bit of equity against you, and you don't mind denying some of that.
Definitely.
That's strange. Looks like someone commented from my YouTube account, which I am not on right now, to say hit the like button, guys. That is strange, but I couldn't agree more, Mr. Nick Morgan. Hit the like button, guys.
That is weird. Could that be someone at your house?
I don't know. I don't know who would have access to log into my account. Maybe they just made that to be funny. Got about 20 minutes left here, guys. And we have held very strong on our viewership this week. Appreciate y'all all being with us. Going 5 ways to the flop. Looks like Royalty has opened it up with the Jack 9 and got called by 4 players.
Ooh, Frankie makes 2 pair. And
Against
Woodley
Woodley.
has top pair. This could be the hand that we were waiting for.
And it checks around.
And immediately counterfeited.
Tough stuff.
Royalty making trips now. That's kind of going to be an action killer, honestly.
Sort of, but it might create... It's going to be an action killer for Frankie.
Checks around again.
Wow.
And now this might cost Frankie a bet. I'm surprised that Royalty decided to check the turn.
And now he's probably going to swoop in for the raise.
Yeah. Not sure if this is going to get called as often as just betting turn and betting river might have gotten called. But we'll see how the players proceed.
Big raise here.
Looks like, did Woodley snap call? So I was wrong. Yeah, I mean, he did check through an ace the whole way. The good kicker. Can't blame him there. Royalty wins a nice pot.
Yeah, big raise there, and looks like it was a great sizing to choose as he gets immediately paid off.
Yeah, 5x versus 2 people.
Not even 10, bro? You're only invested for 10.
If I can get a guarantee, Rosie will put up 40.
Rosie, if you put up 40, I'll pay. You'll do it. Come on. I'll do one. Right now?
We're doing it right now or no?
No, I've already.
Alright, actions on C5. 5 fold, 6 call, 7 fold, 8 fold, 9 raises to 75.
We're going to see a pot here. So Marshall has the ace-queen suited, and Tricky Fish has the 2 10s.
And Woodley with king 9 suited on the button.
And Tricky Fish just calls.
And Royalty has ace 7 suited.
He's going to allow these other guys in behind him. I'm surprised to see that. I thought he was going to 3-bet. But he calls, which is not unreasonable in normal situation, but we know Marshall's really been getting in there a lot.
Yeah.
And then we've got 3 other players coming in as a result of that flat call.
Yeah, it would have been interesting if Tricky Fish did 3-bet, if Marshall would have just shoved it in or not. But we're seeing a flop, 9-8-5.
Open ender and 2 overs for Clark, who was by far in the worst shape, but has now improved, and he is neck and neck with Tricky Fish for the lead in equity in this hand.
And Woodley has top pair. The king kicker facing a bet and a call.
Yeah, I can't imagine he's going anywhere.
With the player behind.
I think we're going to take this turn 4 ways, Chris.
Seems like the most likely outcome.
This is the hand that Jello just declined to straddle, actually. So it was only 2-5, and then Marshall opened to 75. So I'm sure that's why Tricky Fish decided just to flat the 2 10s. Forgot there was no straddle on this hand.
Okay. Yeah.
And it does go 4 ways.
4 players.
To the turn. Big one. It is a brick, though.
Actions on C4. He checks.
So I don't know if Marshall's going to make it to the river here, but Clark, Tricky Fish, and Woodley all still with a good piece of this.
Yeah, and if I'm Tricky... Okay.
And he's all in.
Nice. I like this play.
Yeah, there's $800 in the middle, and he ships a little more than pot.
Yeah, once Marshall slows down, then you have to feel pretty confident that your 10s is the best hand. Assuming that one of the other 2 players wasn't trapping in some way.
Yep. And with one of those players being Woodley, I think you got to assume he's got a lot of 1-pair hands here.
Tough spot for Woodley now. Definitely some draws out there. I mean, he loses to flop straight with 7-6. And some 2 pairs, some over pairs. And remember, this was raised to 75 pre-flop, so
yeah,
very possible for Tricky Fish to have 10s or jacks. Wow.
good fold, Woodley.
Yeah, Woodley makes a very good fold. I'm impressed.
Yeah, Woodley's a thinking player. I'm
impressed by that.
For sure. He's made some great plays. And then the open-ender folds, which makes sense versus this huge bet. And now Marshall's the only one left. And I thought there was a chance we might go three-handed to the river, and instead we're not even going to see one. It's Tricky Fish scooping in a really healthy pot there.
Yeah, I bet that's relieving for him. Also trying to climb out of a hole.
And here in the chat, we got Mr. Daryl. Appreciate the love. And that is Marshall in the 9, Ryan in the 8. And Frankie is actually in the 3 seat. We've got the other two next-gen boys right here in the 5 seat. That's Jello in the red shirt. That's Frankie right there in the hat. He's got the next-gen logo on that slick-looking jacket there.
Is that Daryl from Ducks game or a different Daryl?
I think this is Daryl that we have been playing with over on the other side of town.
Okay.
Me and John had actually, me and Knock, the next gen editor, had actually been hanging out with Daryl the other day and Told him we were going to be on the stream doing commentary. That's right. Yep, Frankie there in the 3.
Looks like Rosie's got the only strong hand here, but definitely some other playable hands. Little surprised to see Frankie folding the button with King 4 suited, but not sure what the... I think it folded to him, but it's, I guess it's like a 6-5
Yeah, I like it.
straddle hand or something.
Yeah, it is. It's a straddle's on for 80 here, Chris. I think that is a really good fold once you see that.
Yeah.
This is almost, well, now 5 out of the 9 players of the table are posted in the blinds.
Rosie has 1.8.
Mm-hmm.
He's got like 20 something big blinds.
This is always just such an intimidating spot when you have a player like Marshall behind you who is just going to defend relentlessly.
Do you ever just jam there to prevent that?
No, it's too much.
Is it too much? It's $80 straddle and you have 1.8. You have like 23 big blinds. 16.
I mean, that feels like a lot. For 2 7s.
23 big blinds? My jam 7s in a tournament with 23 big blinds. Just one guy opens.
I don't know about that. And especially when the guy that's in that quadruple straddle is a
but yeah,
very loose player.
Well, that makes the jam even... That gives you even more incentive to jam, I think. If he's going to be defending a small raise really wide.
Yeah, I mean, and I don't really love any of the options. It's uncomfortable no matter what when you've got someone who's going to defend really wide, but I don't know. It just feels like too much. 1.8 thousand to win 140. That's big. I'm very rarely shoving 23 big blinds with pocket 7s even in a tournament. Maybe that's wrong, but it feels a little too much to me.
I think I...
Kind of a lot too much, honestly.
I think I would have raised to like 320 and then probably got it in versus a re-raise. Versus Marshall.
Yeah.
And it just feels like 7s is so strong there against the loose straddler. I mean, he 4-bet King 10 suited earlier.
Marshall did.
Mm-hmm.
Marshall's working hard to get the straddles on here.
And then called a jam, I think.
I hear him in there in the table chatter. Just get some of that going for you. Got about 10 minutes left here, guys. We have enjoyed having you here for 4 hours with us. There's our V-pips. You can see got a couple of guys driving the action. That's Marshall and Woodley, both around that 60% mark. And if you were not familiar with common V-pip numbers, that stands for voluntarily put money in the pot. And that is a pre-flop stat to basically just determine what percentage of your hands that you play out of the ones that you get dealt. And we'll just say 60% is a lot. That is a lot. That means you are bringing the heat. And probably a more common number would be somewhere in the 20s or 30s. Does not mean you can't win, though, playing those big numbers. We have seen Woodley run up
Have some more big hands.
big stacks.
Some ace king versus queens again here, and ace 10 suited and pocket 6s in the mix.
Oh yeah.
And there's two of the aces are gone, so it's a good spot for Jello with the queens. If the money does go in, he's gonna have less outs to dodge.
Look at the stark difference between the equity of that ace king versus these two queens here. You see Jack has a 40, now you see it moving, but it's got a huge favorite against Clark once that ace has been eliminated. Our percentages do take into account the cards that are folded by the other players. So that'll impact Clark's chances of winning here, which have gone down from normally what would be around 45% against two queens to only 32%.
Looks like we have some people making accounts in our names.
That's epic. Trolling us here in the booth. I love it. Who is this? That is fun. Daryl, we don't have control over which stat goes up at which time. It's on like a running loop. So as we wind up here, they definitely will show the profit of each player as well as some of their other stats. But we can't do that on command, unfortunately.
See if Jello can run good. He
No doubt, dude. I'm sorry I drifted away here on this hand for a second.
runs good on one board. He doesn't know it, but two of the aces are dead.
And he's clean on the flop here. Just needs to fade a club, and he does. Nice, and
Nice.
that's great for Jello. I think that's probably going to get him close to unstuck on this session. And
Yeah, he'll be happy about that.
whew, that's a sigh of relief sometimes after you've been getting hammered and then you win one flip. It feels like.
Yeah. Some relief, yeah.
No doubt. I'd love to get a face reveal on the
Yeah.
whoever is using our names to make
I know.
YouTube accounts. That's awesome. Just don't steal my identity or anything. Someone who knows us relatively well, I think.
Maybe.
Maybe. Who else?
I don't know. Could be anybody.
They'd have to know our last names.
Yeah, but those are fairly public. Maybe
Could it be Knock? Mr. Nocturnal.
could be. Just on both accounts. Talking to himself.
Yeah, that'd be an epic troll if he went and made two full accounts with our names. It's good stuff.
It does seem likely that it's the same person given that interaction right there.
Oh, yeah. Definitely agree.
The immediate talking to it.
Definitely agree with you. And Knock says it's not him.
That's not proof.
Y-Ray says he saw him making him on the patio. Oh my gosh. This is one of my favorite parts actually of doing the stream is interacting with the trolls in the chat. It's good stuff.
Who is Y Rays? Do you know?
Don't know. It's who I predicted might have been Nocturnal Beats earlier, and then that turned out to seemingly be untrue.
Yeah, or Knock is all four.
Knock is
accounts.
all the accounts. That would be epic. All right, so Woodley's in here with Marshall, who is, I don't know what the word is for this. This seems a little spewy to me.
His favorite hand, bro.
Oh, it is his favorite hand. Well, there we go. He bets for 125. Just
8-3. He's repping it, and he runs into Broadway.
and
Check. Wow, what a KG check back there. Surprised. Oh, and it's gonna get him more money. Wow, checking back. Woodley checking back just makes him the extra bet on the river.
Yeah.
Snap calls. Marshall says you win.
Marshall just dug right in there into that black chip stack. Ripped out 250 like it was nothing. And again, we have another pretty sizable pot that got sneaky big. I have no idea what's happening, Knock. It's a fun sweat, though. Whoever it is, that is max effort.
Do you think it's someone in Poker House?
My guess would be no.
You think they're not at Poker House?
I don't know, but my guess is that no, because there's a lot more people outside of Poker House than there are here.
Reasonable.
Marshall in there again. He's trying to get into every hand that he can, I think, as the stream winds down here. He calls with the 6 deuce. Does flop some equity.
Double gut it.
Yeah.
Yet again. And no one else. Jack has top pair and got shot.
And this pot's already ballooned to $240.
This will be interesting if Marshall raises. They're pretty deep. This is the kind of hand that I might consider checking back here versus some scary, aggressive players.
Yeah. Feels a little risky to go for this small bet. It goes about 1/6 of the pot.
Interesting.
Does get just called 2 ways.
Straight. And Marshall improves to a pair. Jello with 98% equity in this hand.
Woodley also improves to a pair.
Now what is he going to do? Could see like 150. 80, very small. Might start trying to charge some 2-pair hands here.
Some backdoor spades.
Yeah.
Not too much. Don't want to go too big, but.
Just half pot. 150. I mean, like double the bet.
And you're in there with Marshall and Woodley, who you know are going to give you
80 is a
some light
quarter
action.
pot. Yeah. This is the kind of turn card where you're like you're pretty polarized when you bet, so it makes sense to bet bigger or to check rather than having like a small bet size.
Just going to let him have it, he says, and Jack scoops a nice little pot there.
Yeah, nice pot.
Little $700 pot. And there's our cumulative winnings right there. I think Daryl was asking about that. Not too good for Marshall tonight. He's been in a lot of hands, and it's not going that good. Woodley, Frankie, Ryan, all doing very well.
Maybe it's Jack. No, it's not Jack. I don't think Jack has the time or care to
to make 2 accounts and then banter back and forth between them.
Yeah, he told me he's playing disc golf today.
Nice. It's definitely someone who knows us, though.
I mean, yeah. I was thinking it could be rain.
I got to take credit and say that
Rosie has aces here.
that I actually came up with the...
And Jack has king queen suited.
Oh.
Could be another
Yeah, let's watch this and then I'll tell that
next
story.
gen on next gen action.
That's what people are here for.
And Clark with 2 8s and Royalty with ace-6 suited.
And Rosie Squeezy squeezes to 200. Marshall wants in so bad. He says, I got an ace.
Yeah.
Put me in, coach.
And he's there.
He's there. He's in, boys.
Man. Marshall is just not.
He's getting unstuck or he's going home with nothing.
Yeah. It's not afraid to get involved. That's for sure. Cold calls. And will Jello go for a 4-bet here? I don't know. Finds a good fold.
Yeah.
I I would consider just calling once Marshall calls and taking a flop with king queen suited, but makes sense if he to fold if he thinks Rosie's got a big hand.
I like it.
Seems like you're getting a decent price to. It's 140 to see a flop.
Oh, no, but that's really the only thing going for you.
Then you bring in the other guy and take a 4-way hand with king queen suited. Oh man, this is not going to end well for Marshall if he gets out of line. Just floats out of position with the ace-7, no club.
Uh-oh.
Makes a pair.
Yeah.
And I'd love to see a small bet out of Rosie. Not too much. Like 350. Obviously, I can see the cards, but just thinking versus a sticky loose player that could have any pair ranging from 3 to 10. I want to go a size that is not going to scare them away.
Yeah, and you've got 900, about a pot-sized bet left, so you can just break that into 2 bets.
Looks like it goes pretty big, clean 500. That just looks scary to me compared to...
He did still break it into 2 bets. Looks like he's got another 6 behind.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I kind of like 4 and 7.
I mean, normally I like a big bet. This is going to work. Normally I like big. I was just thinking potentially in that spot. Don't want to lose him, but hope to see Rosie go for it all here on the river.
Oh, definitely. He's only got 450 left. There's 2,000 out there. It is kind of a interesting card here. Yeah, I guess that's what you meant.
I think that he might consider checking back.
He does have the ace of clubs in his hand.
He checks
He
it.
checks it.
Yeah. I think that if Rosie does jam the river, that Marshall is prepared to call it off. But I can understand getting to that point in the hand and then being nervous that Marshall might have river to flush, or maybe it was slow playing some 2-pair hands.
Could have made some 2 pairs on the end there, too.
Yeah.
That card interacts with some of the 1-pair hands that might have been calling down to that point.
At that stack size compared to that pot, I think we just have to go for value at the end of the day.
I'm with you.
Especially when we know Marshall is very sticky.
Yeah, definitely player dependent. I think against other people you could check back there and not really expect to get called by a 1-pair hand anymore, but yeah. I think against a lot of people you might expect that if they only have like big draws there, because if they had better made hands they would be raising you all in, and if they had worse made hands they'd just be folding to a $500 bet.
It's possible. I also think though that like if Marshall did make a flush on the river, he very well would just lead jam.
Apparently Knox says that the boys in the chat messing with us is Mr. Nico and Athreya, which I actually love that they put that much effort into into trolling us. It means they're into the stream, which is awesome. And we've had Athreya on the stream. He was here last week, I believe, or maybe it was the week before, but he's played with us recently, and I would love to see Nico on the stream. I'd love to hear Nico in the booth for a few. He's got a very interesting way of talking about poker.
So is Y raised Athreya?
There's a good chance of that. From what I've seen, Athreya is a very experienced internet troll. Seems like the kind of guy who knows how to work a chat box. Reveal yourself, Athreya. Is that you? Woodley makes quads here, Cris. and is able to get a huge bet in on the end. It looks like he overbet the pot 300 into 140.
Dang. Nice
and
hand.
Gets cleaned up.
Sorry, we missed that one. We were distracted by the chat trolls over here.
Yeah, that was makes quads.
Nice pot for
Here at
Woodley.
the end of the night. Looks like we've had a little bit of overtime here, guys, as we have crossed the 4-hour mark, and we've still got cards in the air. So we're hanging with you as long as they're going.
Still 5 minutes till 10.
Oh, is it? Okay. Oh, I forgot. We loaded the stream about 10 minutes early.
Yeah.
That's right. I forgot about that. So, okay. We're still on schedule here. Another 5 minutes to go.
5 fold, 6 fold, 7 fold. 8 raises to 70. 75.
So Ryan limps in the hijack here. Looks like he's just itching to get in on some action. Oh, no, he doesn't. That graphic was wrong. He raises the hijack here to 75. That's over a straddle.
Another ace-king versus 2 queens.
Yeah, and 2 queens in the straddle for Clark again. Didn't he have queens in the straddle twice already?
The 3rd time.
Holy cow, and he's up against Frankie. Clark doesn't have much money behind, so this is going to go all in. This looks like it went raise from Ryan, which you see what happens when you try and get involved in these high-action games with really weak cards like that. Just doesn't pay off this time. Marshall flats. He's going to have to dip out. Woodley had 3-bet. And then Frankie. Oh, no.
Woodley just called.
Woodley calls and Frankie
75.
3-bets for 400. Interesting spot for Woodley. You know he does not want to fold a hand as strong as pocket eights without even seeing a flop. He is $3,000 deep with Frankie, which creates a really interesting dynamic. I got to think he's probably going to call and take a flop here. It also creates an interesting dynamic, Chris, whenever there's one player that's all in pretty short and then the rest of the money is in the side pot. In this case, Clark only has 150, so the side pot is already going to be very significant.
Yeah, and they have a lot to play for behind.
If Woodley calls, the side pot's already going to be $500.
The way he's acting, it looks like he's going to fold, but might convince himself otherwise.
He is out of position to Frankie. He knows Frankie plays
He's in there.
relatively tight and tough,
He's in
but
there.
2 8s. Yeah, this is going to be a
It's going to be a big one.
this is a big one. We got plenty left, says Frankie.
Got a 1K pot going to the flop. Are you not entertained?
Nice. I love it.
Actions on seat 2.
Ooh, and pretty good flop for 2 8s. Second pair and a gut shot.
Backdoor flush draw.
Might go check, or I could see Woodley leading. Looks like he is going to lead.
Yeah, and that means Frankie's going to be out of there.
I don't know.
He has no heart. He's got almost the worst hand he can have.
But he has this heart
Beating in his chest.
beating in his chest. Yeah, I mean, it's just
a good board for Woodley, and we have nothing.
it is a good board for Woodley. We have nothing. Pretty much bottom of our range at this point.
Yeah, and Woodley can have like all of the really strong hands here when he just calls and then calls again.
I'm just saying, I don't know if good discipline. I'm glad to see the fold there, and he's also got an all-in player that he has to beat. Ooh, hits the king.
It's the king.
Can't be disappointed about that though.
Up from the seat.
Okay.
Flop for 8s.
Then you would have won a massive one. But I still would have won.
I can't call all those. That's so frustrating. That's a messed up river.
Frankie bemoaning his bad luck there that Woodley didn't decide to rip it in pre-flop. Said he would have won a 7K pot as he would have snap called with the AK.
I mean, yeah, I guess the call and then back raise. But that would have been a huge rip.
Be a big rip.
5 and 6 call.
Yeah, I like the flop fold. Makes sense. I was just thinking, like, against a player like Woodley, when he leads out into you, it's tempting to float one time with ace-king there.
2 calls. 3
That doesn't seem tempting to me without having the heart. You got nothing. And Woodley's going to keep coming.
You could still have the best
And the board's
hand.
so good for him, and you know that he knows that you can only have one pair at best. And you got 3K behind.
Yeah.
Sorry, I got to say, I think that one's just let her go.
Yeah. That's why you're more disciplined than I am, Nick.
I don't think that's true.
We take turns.
We take turns. I can get on board with that.
1 and 2 fold.
Looks like everybody ordered a burger.
Yeah.
Jello here with a 7 deuce off.
Alright, 5 calls.
Gambling.
Yeah, looks like he had raised to try and attack to win those bounties, and then gets played back at by Marshall, who shoves for his last $300.
Gets himself in a $800 pot with 7 high.
Yeah, he does.
7 deuce offsuit.
Says he wants to rip it.
How does he have 45%? I don't,
Are you there yet? He does not get there, and Jello has nothing. 7 high, no good, into the muck, and gives Marshall a little double there at the end of the night. Gotta say, as this game is winding down and people are getting in there with any 2 cards, I don't think I would be going after those bounties right now. Doesn't seem worth it to me. Feels like your chances of doing what you need to do, which is get folds most of the time, there's almost no chance of that.
At this point, it's like, at what point am I going to hit with it?
6 is straddling to 10.
You hear Marshall saying, it's like at this point,
especially against Marshall. Didn't see what exactly the position was there, but
Yeah, you're trying. You're not doing
if he put chips into the pot, he's not the player that I want to be trying to bluff out when I have 7 deuce,
yeah.
as he has not yet folded a pre-flop hand.
Yeah, I think that 60% VPIP has been bumped up here in the last hour or so. He's probably playing closer to 100. Maybe like 80. He's in there again.
1 call.
Just limping. This is a single straddled pot here. Royalty in the straddle, and Marshall open limps.
2 and 3 fold.
Looks like we have some possible heads-up action in the chat going down.
6 checks.
Would love to watch that match. 2K heads-up action between Nocturnal and Y-Race.
No doubt. Let's get it on the stream.
Back to the main game. 10-9, turning open-ended. And looks like King High is the best hand.
9 bets 20.
And betting for value. Possibly. Sounds like he knew it was good. I think Rosie's going to be feeling a little sheepish for not getting that last river bet in with the 2 aces versus Marshall. What do you think?
I don't know. Maybe now that he saw the result of it, but like we said earlier, there was a lot of good hands that got there on the end, and you got 1 pair. But yeah, I'm with you. Y-Ray says he will play on stream. Heads up for $1,000. Might have to raise the stakes a little bit, Y-Rays, if we're going to reserve the table for just the 2 of you. I mean, all of these guys bought in for $1,000. I think we need to see at least, what, 3K heads up?
Yeah, I like it. 3K each.
Tell you what, you guys set it up. I'll commentate it with Cris.
Double the next gen buy-in. That'd be fun to start to commentate on a heads-up match. Start running those here in Poker House.
Yeah, I was actually thinking it would be a fun idea if you guys want to give us some feedback in the chat what you think about this. Some kind of promo where basically based on how you do here in the room, maybe that's playing hours or winning tournaments or something like that, but you get an opportunity if you are the winner of this promo to come in and challenge these next gen boys in a series of heads up matches that could be commentated on live stream.
Yeah, that would be fun.
Maybe if you make it through all 3 of them,
We'll have to talk to Poker House about that one. Just thinking it might not be as conducive to the time rake. To have a whole table reserved for heads up, but
well, this is only for a promo. A match on live stream for the promotion of the room. Heads up doesn't prove anything.
proves a lot.
I don't know about that.
Looks like we got Cris versus Nick heads up for.
Action will be on seat 1. 20 to call. One raises to 60. 2 fold. 3 and 4 fold. 5 calls. 6 fold. 7 fold.
Got some good hands here.
8 calls.
Yeah, all sharing, all Broadway cards.
9 calls. 4 players. 4 players.
Don't forget, guys, we got a big tournament going down this week here at Poker House. We mentioned it earlier, and I want to remind you again. Starting on Thursday, there's a $150,000 guaranteed tournament. It's going to be Thursday, Friday, Saturday, our day 1 flights. That's 10 a.m. and 4 p.m. So 6 starting flights, and then on Sunday is day 2. And leading up to Thursday, so that is Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, they're going to be having satellites here if you want to get in. I believe that's a $500 buy-in.
Just real quick, getting back to that action, Tricky Fish bets the flop and Marshall floats.
A $500 pot.
Checks it down. Zorro Gomez in the chat. Good to see you, my man. I have fond memories of our trip to LA to the Commerce. Nice to hear from you also. Hope you're doing well and hope you're achieving what you desire in life. Thanks for the shout out. Or reaching out.
No doubt. Toro was here a couple of weeks ago as well, and that was the first thing I thought of was hanging out at the Commerce for that trip. And baseball umpiring. Me and Zoro have that in common as well. I've done some baseball umpiring in my past, and I know that's something that he likes to do.
4 and 5 fold. 6 fold. 7 fold. 9 raised to 25. 2 calls. The rest of them fold. Heads up. 9 checks. 2 checks. 9 checks. 2 checks. 9 checks. 2 checks.
Nice, Zoro. Doing some college football. That's fun. Have you done any bigger games yet? My dad was a firefighter in Irving and actually used to work with a guy who did the Big 12 football games as his part-time job and got paid pretty well to do that. It's a nice gig if you can get it. Why Ray's saying that apparently Woodley is a Pokemon champion. I'm going to have to get that confirmed from him.
Could definitely see that.
Could you? The Pokemon League champion defeated the Elite Four in succession at the end of Victory Road. So Ryan's still getting in the mix here. This is a straddle pot again. He just opens to 65 with the Queen 10 offsuit. Marshall calls, and Woodley defends his straddle, so no surprises there. And it is bricks. Woodley the only one with a pair. Not surprised at all to see him bet out here to protect his hand, and it goes snap, fold, and again, he wins a sizable pot. This game is played big tonight, I think, because of all these straddles, Chris. We've had up to an $80 straddle on a couple of times and the $40 straddle on a bunch. It's a whole different ball game when the big blind is 8 times larger than what you thought it was going to be. And it sounds like out there on the floor, they're getting ready to switch out the deck. That means the RFID cards. RFID cards. Those are the cards that got the computer chips in them that allow us to get these graphics up on the screen. I think those are going to be switched out for a normal deck. So that means the stream is winding down, and probably this is going to be the last couple of hands here.
Yeah, it was a fun game to watch tonight.
Oh, Chris, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off. Marshall has picked up 2 kings on one of his last hands.
And just goes for all of it.
Just rips it in. Just begging Woodley to give him some action. But it's not going to happen. Not going to happen from Ryan either. And I feel a little sad for Marshall, who's like, please just give me a break here at the end of the night. And instead he wins $20. And there you see our cumulative winnings. That's going to be close to what we end up with here, guys. Might have 1 or 2 more hands in the deck. It's Woodley with the big win, Marshall with the big loss, and they're bookending some moderate wins and losses, ranging from small wins up to about $2,000. Marshall, as Chris mentioned earlier, has kept a great attitude, though.
For sure. Seems like a really fun guy to have at the table. And good energy. Very friendly. Chatted with him a bit a few days ago. Definitely got to get him into the Tuesday mix.
Marshall?
Yeah.
He did play with us. Last Tuesday, he was here playing mix. And he said he's going to be around to play some more. He's seemed like he was enjoying it a lot. He was actually very familiar with all the games. I'm always a little surprised when I see young guys that come in and are already familiar with all the stud and draw games. Gotta say, though, Chris, here in the last couple of years, with the explosion of the bomb pots and like 1 hand per orbit type of games, where you're playing either a bomb pot, a dealer's choice game, an Omaha hand, like once per orbit, I think people have just gotten acclimated to the idea of playing other poker games.
Yeah, nice. I like that.
It's good for the games too, huh?
Yeah, it is good for the games. Mixes it up.
Creates a lot of action. You know, nobody wants to play, and just as a side note, they often will play the Omaha games as like a 1-2 with a $5 bring in. I think that's partially to make it easier on the dealer to calculate the pot. So they'll play it as 1-2-5, and then the hold'em hands will just play as a 1-2. So it's hard for people to play tight and 1-2 hold'em when one hand per orbit you're playing 2-5 essentially, and you've got 4 or 5 cards, you know, and the action is just roaring. And now you're going back to playing 1-2 again. Nobody wants to limp in and play a $5 or $10 pot.
Yeah.
You know, they're bumping up the action and getting in there. So
Yeah, it changes the whole game.
no doubt.
And it kind of just gives you like having bomb pots on dealer change and stuff gives you sort of something to look forward to that is sort of a highlight in the game that's a little different than the repetitive hold'em atmosphere.
For sure. And I was talking to a buddy yesterday, actually, that told me he's done really well in these card house games. And he thinks that a huge reason for it is because of the bomb pots and how loose it makes the game in general. And then just winning money from the bomb pots because people are piling it in.
Yeah.
You know, and these are double board bomb pots that we're talking about. If you're not from Texas, they play Omaha. Everyone gets 4 cards. There's 2 boards, and it's an anti-game. So, oh, and Marshall is just ripping it in with the ace-6. He's trying to flip for the last of his stack here. See if anybody's going to give him action. Tricky Fish has a good hand, but he's got so many players left to act behind him here.
Yeah.
Look at this. He's on the button and still has to deal with the small blind, big blind, straddle, 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 and then the original opener.
Yeah, it kind of takes away. Dang.
Oh, that is epic. Yo, Chris, want to get canes after this? That's exactly what I was about to say in real life. And then my my troll account here, whoever this is,
It takes
read my mind.
It takes away like some advantage of being on the button because now not everyone has acted, so you don't get that information. But there's a bunch of dead money out there. Well, maybe not necessarily dead, but a bunch of money in the pot that could very well be dead if none of the players wake up with a real hand. And King Jack suited, it's a close spot versus Marshall jamming, whether to just re-raise and go with it or not. But Woodley does give him action and makes a boat. Pretty unfortunate here for Marshall. They are going to run it twice.
Come on, Marshall.
Club would do.
I'm sure these guys
Club
are
or
not.
a 10 or a 5 or an ace or a 6. He's got a lot of outs.
Yeah, he's got 50% on the turn.
Bricks
That's
it all.
Brick. Goodness. I think everyone was hoping Marshall was going to get half of that pot, and this game was going to keep roaring as long as he wanted to keep flipping for it. But I'm guessing that's going to be the end of it. Poor Marshall. Tough night for him. He brought the action.
Yeah.
That's what I can say. He was in there mixing it up. He was battling. Made some really good plays. Made some questionable plays as well. And at the end of the night, it just didn't go his way. And Woodley, who was also giving the action, you can kind of see the dichotomy there, how you're in there gambling. You're in there mixing it up in every hand. You're usually going to end up being the biggest winner or the biggest loser.
Yeah.
And our 2 action guys are, in fact, the biggest winner and the biggest loser.
And as it turns out, Woodley won probably his biggest pot of the night against Marshall with that big 7-5 versus 6-5 flop, where he flopped the nut straight versus top pair and open-ended, had Marshall in really bad shape, and just went for a crazy overbet jam for 2.2K facing a $30 bet into a small like $50 pot, and got called.
What a play.
Yeah,
What a play. And I think Woodley, even though that was a good play, you can't say enough about all of the plays leading up to that play. We talked about it before it even happened. Got him. He just set him up perfectly. He allowed all these other players to see him making some crazy overbets, maybe risking like folding people off of some hands that you could get value from when he's got a strong hand. Obviously risking getting called by better hands when you're going for these huge overbets. But at the end of the day, it ended up winning him the biggest pot of the night.
Yeah.
Nice job, Woodley.
Yeah, nice job, Woodley. That was pretty epic and entertaining to watch.
No doubt, guys, and nice job to everybody in the stream tonight. They put on a show for us. I really enjoyed watching, and it looks like they're going to do one more. I don't know if this is a bomb pot or a flip. We're going to find out here in a second, and they might have already changed the cards out too, so we might not even get a read, but we'll ride this last one out for you here and see who wins it. And to those of you who have joined us in the chat tonight, we really appreciate that. Everyone participating, everyone watching, and even the trolls who got us good. I mean, we've gotten good a couple of times. In the very first week, I got trolled super hard on a Tom Brady injury that never happened. And then now here we are getting some conversation in the chat from our own accounts that we are not running. And yeah, guys, it looks like we do not have the RFID cards in the mix anymore. So this is going to be the last one. Let's see what happens here, and then we'll wrap it up and get out of here. Looks like it is a bomb pot. Thought it might have just been a flip, but you see right there just what we were talking about. They're actually only playing 2 cards, I believe, for each player right now. You'll often see them played as 4-card bomb pots where each player has an Omaha hand. But here you see they each have 2. Oh, no, they do have 4. I'm sorry.
Yeah, because it's not RFID, so looks like they're playing a full PLO bomb pot.
Yeah, you're right. I just saw Frankie peeling those 2 cards, or I thought it looked like 2 cards, but yep, it was 4. So here they are playing those bomb pots we were just talking about. And this one's going to get sizable. It's going 7 ways to the turn, and that's exactly what happens, Chris, what we were just talking about.
Yeah, I wish we could see the cards here on the table.
For sure. Looks like a blinding white light.
Yeah, it's so blinding.
Here, we could go ahead and get our webcam up here. Here we are in the booth, guys, and just wrapping it up with this last bomb pot of the night. I've appreciated having you all along for the ride, and we are going to be back. Just a couple more reminders. This week, they've got a $150,000 guarantee tournament going on here at Poker House of Dallas. That starts on Thursday if you want to just buy in. If you want to play a Saturday to get into the main event, that is Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. So big tournament going on. We got Mixed Madness Tuesdays going on if you want to come play mixed games with me, Chris, Frankie, and some of these other guys. That has been a blast. We've been doing that for a couple of weeks now, and the traffic has picked up each week successively. So I'm expecting that to continue, and would love to see you join us. And anything you want to say, Chris, before we
just really appreciate the views, guys, and the interaction with us, and we'd love to keep growing the stream and get some more action at Poker House. Keep growing the mixed games, and hopefully start getting some 2-5s going on the weeknights also. So anybody that wants to play 2-5, come over here, text Next Gen. You know, let us know if you're down to play.
No doubt. And Cytexi, yes, sir. We are out of here after this hand.
I do want to go get Canes, Nick.
I'm down for the Canes. And let's see the showdown right here. Who's going to win it? Can't see the cards, but this pot has ballooned to a healthy size. I see some black chips under there. Yeah. And it looks like it is going to be a chop, which is how he goes some of the time. So with that, guys, as Woodley scoops in this last pot of the night, we're going to be out of here. We appreciate you guys joining us, and we'll see you next week. That's going to be Sunday at 6 p.m. for the next edition of Next Gen Poker at Poker House of Dallas, 2-5 weekly live stream. We're out of here.
See you guys.